Hi, welcome to the Tracy Take podcast. We're going live for the NFL draft that is supposed to start here in about 12 minutes. I'm excited for this. This is a lot of fun. Tyler and I have put a lot of work into it. This is the most work I've ever put into a draft, and I'm ready, man. I'm super excited.
I don't think I've actually taken anything so seriously before in my entire life. And I just got married not that long ago. So, no, I'm really excited for this. I was joking with my wife that with all the work that we've done, all the podcasts that we've done, put on Spotify, and all the analysis that we've done, I'm really excited to see how wrong we're going to be. So this is going to be pretty interesting, I think.
Yeah, no, definitely. And so some of the storylines that are kind of coming to fruition now, like right before the draft, are Aaron Rodgers, which was kind of one that we heard about at the beginning of free agency. But apparently he wants out of Green Bay. And so for me, I mean, I guess it's a good thing they drafted Jordan Love last year, but also too, I feel like that was kind of the beginning of the end for this situation. So
yeah, kind of the beginning of the end. I also felt like Aaron Rodgers, he put everything kind of on the line, I think, for last season, and the decisions made by the franchise clearly indicated or clearly hurt Aaron Rodgers and not having at least them attempting to go get a star receiver to go alongside Devontae Adams. And it is going to be interesting to kind of see what happens, because there are teams that would gladly take Aaron Rodgers that are up there in the top 2 or 3, those specifically saying the Jets or the 49ers. But there's also some other teams, like imagine the Patriots, if they did something like that and could easily go and get one of those trades. Only thing with the Patriots is I don't know if Green Bay would. I don't know what value they can get. They'd have to make another trade with Detroit or Denver and probably take one of the remaining quarterbacks from there. So they might be shooting themselves in the foot. But it's going to be really interesting to see. And this wasn't even one of the main storylines that we were talking about, because we were planning everything yesterday. But we were talking about the Julio Jones stuff. We were talking about is Denver still going to take a quarterback? Is Carolina maybe going to take a quarterback now after the Teddy Bridgewater trade? So it's going to be really
so that to me, I think Denver was a prime candidate for a guy like Aaron Rodgers, because they have a ton of weapons. They have a good defense. So actually, we had been wrong this whole time. So they cut Von Miller and then re-signed him, apparently.
I did not know that.
Yeah. And so Von Miller's back. They re-signed Justin Simmons in their secondary. So really for them, they need a linebacker and a quarterback, and they're a playoff team.
Yeah.
And so, but I don't know if that Teddy Bridgewater trade, I mean, they only gave up a 5th or a 6th for him. So for me, that's a prime landing spot. It kind of reminds me of a Tom Brady to Tampa Bay situation. I mean, you have a young team, lots of weapons, good defense, and hard place to go into and play. Mile High Stadium that's a tough one. So, I mean, I don't know. That to me is a very interesting situation. So
well, and then if the only thing then is if they do make that trade with Denver, so to say, then would that be sending Teddy Bridgewater to Green Bay? Then do you think he'd be included on that package? Because Green Bay's going to want a quarterback back at minimum, like a veteran quarterback.
Maybe. It depends on how comfortable they are with Jordan Love. I think that'll say a lot about the progression of Jordan Love on if they're even willing to give up on Aaron Rodgers that fast. And 2, if they are asking for Teddy Bridgewater in that trade. I think that would be that would be very telling of how comfortable they are with him.
So the 9th pick and Teddy Bridgewater for Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, because then if they did that, then that would mean like Jordan Jordan Love, you're not really the guy. We don't really like you. That was a mistake last year.
Well, but then also too, I don't even know if they'd be able to get a 9th pick.
If they traded for Teddy Bridgewater, you mean?
No. Like, I don't even know if, like, maybe if they were like on the back end of the first round. No. If they get Aaron Rodgers for the 9th pick, because he's what, 37?
Yeah,
36, 37.
Well, it's all about, I guess, for Denver, it's like it'd be the teams that are in a win now mode that would do that. Kind of like San Francisco. San Francisco has the team. Like there's been a lot of talk around that. Also, you could do a Jimmy G 3rd overall pick for Aaron Rodgers. That would be an interesting trade combination right there.
Yeah. No, and so for me, I don't know, man. That's an interesting situation just because I think with Aaron Rodgers' age, I think he only has a few years left. He's not like Tom Brady where he has the one significant knee injury and he's never really been hurt again.
Mm-hmm.
So like the longevity of his career is not quite the same as Tom Brady's will be. I would like to think he has 3 good seasons left.
Yeah.
But even then, if you get three more good seasons out of him,
mm-hmm.
I think you'd be hard pressed to still even give up a first round, like a top 10 pick in a loaded draft class.
Well, but it's the same thing though, kind of with the Buccaneers where it worked out with them. They're obviously going to take 2 or 3 more years of Tom Brady, but
they didn't give up anything for him.
Well, true. Okay, true. There's good. Well, I guess $25 million, but I think that's worth it since they won the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah. If it was only a salary thing, then like it'd be a no-brainer for a team like Denver. The problem is they're going to have to give up a top 10 pick in one of the most loaded draft classes we've seen in a long time. Because so that 9th pick, let's say they draft a Micah Parsons and like solidify their defense.
Yeah.
That 9th pick is pretty big. Like, because in the next 4 to 5 years, they have a solid defense. And I mean, they probably have a top 10 defense for the next 4 to 5 years. And it's a young defense, so hopefully they'd be able to bring back most of those guys past that time period. And so, I mean,
well, so I guess I'm saying I'm looking at all the teams that they could potentially move up with that Green Bay would want to also trade with. Are the 49ers the only one then that would make sense? Like, is it 49ers or bust, or is Aaron Rodgers going to be with the team
for
next
Green
year?
Bay?
Yeah.
No. For Green Bay, I think you have a few options. You have Las Vegas. You have Washington, which would be I think that would be a very good place for him to go. Mm-hmm. You have San Francisco, definitely. Yeah, I think you have 3 options. Because I think a lot of the other teams that are going to want a quarterback are going to fill it in this draft.
Yeah.
So,
if we're looking at teams like Jacksonville, wouldn't want to do it because they're not in a win now mode.
New Orleans, possibly.
Well, New Orleans, I thought about that too. But one, it wouldn't make sense for Green Bay to only move up 1 spot in a trade if they're going to get this first round pick. Also, reports have it that Sean Payton and the Saints, they really actually like what they have with Taysom Hill and Jameis Winston. So there's also been a lot of money spent between those 2 guys, a lot more than probably a lot of people would say that they would. I guess kind of in comparison have, but I think they'd love to have Aaron Rodgers. But at the same time, I don't think the Saints would want to do that. Even for the Packers, it wouldn't make sense because they want to put them in a spot they can go and draft one of these 5 quarterbacks to help kind of prepare for the future.
Yeah, no, and definitely, it does throw an interesting element into the mix because now teams like they're not going to trade it. They're not going to give Aaron Rodgers to Chicago. That's just
they won't do that. That would be Detroit.
Yeah. They'll just be shooting themselves in the foot. They're not going to give him to Detroit. They're definitely not going to give him to Minnesota. But that makes teams like Denver. Who else? What was the Chicago Bears? That could potentially take these teams out of the running for trading up.
Mm-hmm.
So, because, all right, if you're a GM for a team and you want a quarterback of the future, you can trade up and draft the 4th or 5th quarterback in this draft, or and give up potentially more, actually definitely more than just your first overall pick for a quarterback that is unknown, or you can give your first round pick to the Green Bay Packers and take Aaron Rodgers for the next 3 seasons.
Yeah. Well, and it's a similar mentality, and I think the only teams that would be considered that would consider doing that are the teams that are in an absolute win now mode. San Francisco is one of those teams where they have arguably one of the best defenses. They would have been in the playoffs last year, except they were just absolutely injury riddled and got kind of decimated by COVID, so to say. So it'd be very interesting to kind of see who is, if any other takers maybe want to come in and be like, yeah, we'll take a shot at it because we think we can win right now. The Patriots, I think, are one of those teams, but it would need to make sense. I guess the other teams that would be interested in it, I think, actually have conflicting interests with the Packers.
Yeah, and so I think Washington, they're not going to play Washington for a while, I think, and then
Washington, that actually would be a good one.
Yeah, because they have a good young defense, and I mean, shoot, get Aaron Rodgers at the 19th pick for 2 years or 2 to 3 years.
Yeah,
he'll retire.
It'd be a little bit more. I think, especially with the 19th pick, I think it'd be a little bit more. They'd have to throw in a couple more picks at minimum.
So that's my thing is if the guy wants out, I think they're going to take what they can get. And I think right now, just getting like the 19th pick and then maybe like a 4th or 5th rounder, then that'd be fine. The only thing is I feel like in Washington, he'd be in a very similar situation to what he was in Green Bay, where he has one weapon and that's really it. So, All righty. It is 8:01 p.m. It sounds like the draft is about to start here soon, although I think the last few years the first team was not on the clock until about 30 minutes after the traditional start time. But, So in other news, I think we've talked about Aaron Rodgers a little bit in the news that he wants out of Green Bay today. Julio Jones is another name that's been on the trade market. And as a Falcons fan, I would like your opinion on kind of what you think is a worthy price for him and whether you think it'll come true.
So I don't want Julio Jones to leave, but I absolutely get why they would trade him. I looked at the salary cap situation for all the teams. Well, not for all the teams, just for the Falcons, only one I care about. But I looked at the salary cap situation for the Falcons and all the players that they have, and they've already restructured Matt Ryan's deal. They could potentially restructure Grady Jarrett's deal, but that's going to even put more money on the back end for them next year, which is just going to be kind of delaying a problem. And one of the issues is they got themselves under the salary cap, but that is not including signing their rookie draft here which also includes their future first-round pick, which I have a couple people who I hope that is, and we'll get to that when the 4th pick comes up. But personally, I think that if Julio Jones stays, this offense would be extremely deadly. But you got to be able to put a team on the field, and the amount of money that they can save compared to also what return they can get, because I think that they'll get a first-round pick in return. It's similar, I think. I think a team like the Colts would absolutely give up a first-round pick. Baltimore also could give up a first-round pick. And living in Nashville, I could also
I would
see
say back end. You guys could get a back end first-round pick.
Oh, okay. So like if a team makes the playoffs,
or a second. Well,
so like if a team makes the playoffs, they'll get the first round pick. If they make if they don't make the playoffs, then they'll get their second round pick.
Something like that. Just because he is 31 and has an injury history.
Well, and so that's
a big salary hit.
If he consistently played 15 games every single season, then I absolutely would be like, maybe we could bite the bullet. Let's say if we get Kyle Pitts, how dynamic that offense would be. But that being said, it is all rumors, and I think the Falcons will only get rid of him, and Arthur Smith will only want to get rid of him if it is absolutely necessary that they have to get rid of him, just for salary cap situations. So I would rather them trade Julio Jones than Grady Jarrett, so to say, just because I think Grady Jarrett is an integral part to that defense, and is going to be one of the best defensive tackles in the league, and is the only really. But him and Deion Jones are the kind of the backbone of that defense. Julio Jones and other receivers. Not saying that Julio Jones is replaceable. No one is replaceable like Julio Jones, but at the same time, you could easily, let's say you trade, or like Kyle Pitts could be that next guy. Obviously, if you see the highlights that he has and the production that he has had in college, he's an absolute mismatch to every single type of defender that teams are going to be trying to put up against him. So, and that's the same thing that Julio Jones has. So Kyle Pitts, if the Falcons draft him, might be that guy that replaces him for, I think, a fifth of the cost.
So that's what I was going to say is one of the things that the Falcons have going for them right now is if they keep Julio Jones and then they draft Kyle Pitts, that is a top 3 offense in the league. I mean, that is Kansas City Chiefs, Atlanta Falcons, and then Buffalo Bills probably.
Yeah.
Those are probably the top 3 offenses in the league. If they trade Julio Jones and then they still draft Kyle Pitts, I think that's probably still a top 10 offense in the league with Calvin Ridley, Russell Gage, and Kyle Pitts. Those are still 3 bona fide weapons, even though Kyle Pitts is a rookie. So,
I will say one thing specifically, the Falcons are not going to trade Julio Jones tonight. If they trade Julio Jones before June 1st, it's going to cost $23 million to their cap hit. If they wait till after June 1st, they're going to save about $15 million towards their cap, which is well more than what they need just to be able to sign this upcoming rookie class, and even gives them a little bit of wiggle room if they want to maybe go sign a veteran offensive lineman, because that is going to be something that they're going to need for this upcoming season as well. So there's not going to be a Julio Jones trade tonight. I'm fairly confident about that.
You don't think you don't think a team would be willing to take on some of his cap hit? I mean, because you can negotiate money. Like you can be like, we'll give you.
It's dead cap, no matter what. To the
okay.
Yeah, it's dead cap. I don't know how that works. I don't know how the ruling works like that, but it is a dead cap hit for the Falcons, and so that's going to be the only thing. The only thing I heard something about, and I didn't know that they did this in the NBA, but the only thing that might happen is if there is a predetermined trade. Let's say that the Falcons on June 1st will trade Julio Jones for this team, and this team tonight will draft player X. And on June 1st, the trade will happen, and player X will go to the Falcons. Julio Jones will go to said team. That's the only thing that I think might happen. I didn't even know that was a thing. I think they said that only the NBA has done that in the past. And I think it's kind of like an unwritten thing. I don't think teams are really allowed to do that.
Yeah. Okay. So that's interesting to me. It
is really interesting because it puts both Julio Jones and the team that he's going to be traded to in a very interesting spot if that does happen. Because then that's only about 3 months of preparation, so to say.
Yeah.
So it'll be very interesting. I hope he's a Falcon for life. I hope they're able to work out some money stuff, because the idea of, let's say they do draft Kyle Pitts, the idea of Julio Jones, Kyle Pitts, and Calvin Ridley all on the offensive line. And then let's say I know the Falcons are probably going to go for a running back as well here in day 2, maybe day 3. But then imagine if they get Trey Sermon or something like that out of the backfield. Yeah. That's a pretty dynamic offense right there.
Or Michael Carter from North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Chuba Hubbard from Oklahoma State is a guy that's been projected to go at the end of the 3rd round. But he's been an excellent athlete for 4 years at Oklahoma State.
It's not out of the realm of possibility that Najee Harris or Travis Etienne fall down to the 34th fourth
No.
pick, which is the Falcons' second round pick. I think the Falcons will probably go defense in the second round pick, unless if the offensive player is just too good to pass up. So we'll have to see about that. But it's going to be really interesting. I'm super pumped. I think we have to see what happens at the third pick, because let's say if the Packers do trade up and they're going to get Jimmy G plus that pick for Aaron Rodgers going to the 49ers, that could change everything up. It'd be really funny if Packers traded Aaron Rodgers, get the third pick, and then draft like Jamar Chase or something like that.
But how far out of the realm of possibility is it?
I mean, if you get Jimmy G, if you get Jimmy G and that third round pick, it's not out of the possibility. I mean, Jimmy G's still got some game. So
we have our first ever live stream comment from none other than the Tracy Take mother, who is a Browns fan, and this year the draft is in Cleveland. So
I know she's going to be really excited about that.
I know, yeah. So yeah, little shout out to the Tracy Take mom.
Actually, Mom, do we have any family there at the draft? I could see some of our crazy uncles being up there.
I don't know.
So I think that'll be pretty interesting. I never would have thought that Cleveland would be a good spot for a draft, but I'm looking at it now. It's looking like a pretty neat setup that they have.
It is. I don't know. I think it's a diehard football town. Like,
oh yeah,
like Cleveland. Like now that LeBron is out of basketball there, and like the Browns are the team that are there right now, and so I feel like people are going to show up and show out in Cleveland.
Oh yeah, they always do. Even when they went 0-16, remember? So they went 1-15 the year before, and when they won that game, the stadium was half full, and people were losing their mind.
Yeah,
like they thought they were going to go 0-16 the year before. The next year they did go 0-16. So but
that was Baker was the savior there. He was the first one that. Do you remember when they did the whole Bud Light thing, and they were like the Bud Light put fridges all across Cleveland, and they were like, when the Browns win, we'll give everybody free beer. And they tied the first game, then lost, and then won, I think, in week 3.
That is too. I do remember that. That was pretty funny. So hey, I'm gonna take a timeout. I need to go recharge and get some adult Gatorade. So I'll be right back.
We'll go ahead. I'll put it on pause real quick. All righty, we are back from break. It looks like Roger Goodell is walking out onto the stage right now. Are they booing him?
And this celebration of professional football begins right now on ESPN.
They are booing him.
Well, of course.
I didn't know if we were going to do it this year just because everybody was so excited to be out, but I guess we're still keeping the tradition alive of booing the commissioner.
I think you kind of have to.
Come on, Cleveland!
I think you kind of have to.
Bases for nothing. Let's go! Come on! As you can see, I have a few friends here with me. Let me introduce them, even though they don't need to be introduced to Brownie fan.
All righty. So we talked a little bit about Aaron Rodgers, a little bit about Julio Jones. And just before the draft started, I saw a lot of rumors that New England was making calls to teams in the top 10, especially the Falcons. And so I just want your opinion on how much you think it's going to cost New England to move up to number 4 to draft somebody of their choosing.
2 first-round picks.
2 first-round picks?
At minimum. So
At
teams
minimum.
like if Denver moved up, it'd probably just be just 1 and several seconds.
Two additional picks or 2 like
2 2022 and 2023 plus some other picks probably to move up from 15 to 4. Because also you got to think, because you got to look at it from the Falcons' perspective. I think by now, I think they know who they're going to take because it's
they're going to be Kyle Pitts. It's going to be Kyle Pitts or bust.
Well, it's either going to be Kyle Pitts
trade.
or they, for some reason, I hope they don't do this. It'd be Kyle Pitts or the 4th best quarterback that they like. So I prefer to be Kyle Pitts. But if you're the Falcons, though, you just kind of have to wait and see what the teams in front of you are going to do. Because obviously Trevor Lawrence is going to be gone by then. Zach Wilson will definitely be gone. If the Jets don't take Zach Wilson, the 49ers will definitely take Zach Wilson. Imagine Zach Wilson in that Kyle Shanahan offense. Like that would be crazy. That would be crazy. But what was I going to say? So for Atlanta, though, they can ask the world because then they're absolutely fine. I think if they take if they stay put and then take Kyle Pitts, because then it goes back to what we were just talking about. They end up having to trade Julio Jones. They have his replacement. If they don't have to trade Julio Jones, then they have arguably could be the future best tight end in the league. Kind of as Travis Kelce starts to decline because the dude is just an absolute mismatch. Calvin Ridley would be a receiver 1 on any other team. However, Julio Jones is on the team, and Calvin Ridley was essentially a receiver 1 last year. So if you're a Patriots fan, I'm probably looking at the Lions as a good spot. Yeah. I could also see Denver as another spot as well because Miami and Carolina are not going to trade back. I think they're both very content with wherever they're at. I could see Carolina drafting a quarterback if one of them falls to them, if the guy that they like does end up falling to them. So it's going to be interesting to see what the Patriots end up doing because historically the Patriots haven't been uber aggressive in the draft. Normally they've traded back.
Thank you, Jill. I appreciate you doubling our viewership numbers.
We need all the help that we can get.
Yeah, we need all the help we can get. It looks like Jacksonville is on the clock. Hopefully they don't do what Cincinnati did last year and take all 10 minutes, even though everybody who – honestly, even my girlfriend who does not like football knows that Trevor Lawrence is going number 1 to the Jaguars.
That was so annoying. It'd be like just Roger Goodell could almost just be like, look, we could just Trevor Lawrence, right?
Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, 49ers are on the clock. How
crazy would it be? Justin Fields. I know that Ohio State connection. Jill.
I would.
Like if that Ohio State connection, I don't think that would happen. I think that would be the dumbest decision, personally. And who knows? Maybe 15 years from now, I could be eating my words. But
I think Justin Fields, is the most physically talented quarterback in this draft. I think he's the most athletic. He's, I think, probably the strongest. And sorry, we're getting spammed with comments about poop. So I think he's the most athletic. I think he has the strongest arm. I think he's the fastest. I also love his toughness. So I think he is a top 10 overall pick. And I probably am going to stick with that he's the 4th best. I like Mac Jones a little bit more just because of his processing ability. But in terms of just physical attributes, I mean, Justin Fields has it all. So.
Yeah. No, I agree. The one thing, do you think Justin Fields is maybe more athletic than Zach Wilson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bigger build, faster sprint.
Okay.
Justin Fields to me his play style reminds me of Cam Newton, but he has a much better arm than Cam Newton.
Yeah.
And so for me, going back to that Clemson game, he really showed all the tools that you want in an NFL quarterback. And if he played like that through all 11 games that they played, to me, he would be the first overall. Like, he would be the first overall pick. But he only did it once. He only showed you what he can do one time. And some of his other performances were pretty inconsistent, especially against Indiana. And I get it. Indiana was a top 5 college defense. But
it wasn't actually more about his performance against Indiana, but it seemed kind of more whenever it wasn't just Indiana. Even when he played Northwestern, he did not seem.
Northwestern was also a top 10 college defense.
I agree, but those are also college defenses too. What's going to happen when he goes up against one of the top defenses in the league and he can't make the right decision? He's having trouble reading the defense. So yeah, he has uber athleticism, and he'll probably grow into the premier quarterback that he can be. But it's how long is it going to take him to be there? Do teams want to take their third overall pick on them when someone Mac Jones, who's potentially a little bit more polished right now?
But so that's where I think the fit comes into play. Mm-hmm. So for me, if San Francisco wants to take Justin Fields, I have no problem with that, because he's going to sit behind Jimmy G for a year, learn the offense, and then continue to grow after that. But he'll be much more ready a year from now than he is right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Kind of have a Patrick Mahomes, Alex Smith type.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so for me, if he goes to the Jets, which would be a crime, and has to play week 1, I think they'll ruin him.
Yeah. Well, and that's what happened with Sam Darnold, though, as well. Like, it just wasn't in the best situation for him. So, one of the things I was thinking about, they're talking about everyone knows who the Jaguars are going to pick. I think one of the reasons why it takes so long is it's like they need to show their promos. They need to show their
it's 100%.
stats for them. All the people that paid money for any sponsorship, stuff like that. That's probably why, so they can get all their overall cash.
No. I totally agree. Because they already probably have the first 4 picks in.
Probably,
They're probably just waiting for money and ad revenue, because they've made this into such an event. I mean, you live in Nashville, and we were up there for Easter, and
Nashville was. I did not go down there because I've been on Broadway too much, but it is not too much, but you know what I mean. But it is. It was absolutely crazy. It was shoulder to shoulder. Actually, draft day in Nashville on Broadway was nothing like. It was nothing like draft day. Draft day was leaps and bounds more crazy than an average night on Broadway here in Nashville. And so,
ain't no party like a Nashville party.
Yeah, and they're showing all these Trevor Lawrence highlights, but part of me also wants to see everyone's reaction, like the world burn. When if they pick Justin Fields, like how funny would that be? Because it's like Jacksonville, like Goodell comes out. It's like with the first pick of the NFL draft, Jacksonville Jaguars collect quarterback from Ohio State. What? Just absolutely and everyone just goes berserk.
It's like when your friend says something that you didn't expect, you're just kind of like
that kind of came out of left field. I didn't think that would be the most expected one. But yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I have a little bit of a delay here on my ESPN app, but it's 4 minutes left with the pick.
3.5 minutes left for me.
Okay. All right.
When the pick comes in, I'll unmute my TV and we can listen to it on the stream.
Okay.
Hopefully we don't get a copyright thing, but oh well.
If YouTube wants to, or the NFL comes after 2 guys.
Two
nobodies.
All right. Well, 2 years in a row that you have 3 months to make this pick, and you take every second of it.
Yeah. It's almost like that. They're showing Lawrence now. And so who knows?
Yeah, I mean, got to make that ad revenue.
Yeah,
So,
I would say so.
speaking of which, if you would like to sponsor the Tracy Take, please reach out.
Yeah, let me see here. Yeah, doing a little also personal pool as well with some friends here. So just looking like everyone. So with our pool, everyone picked who we think the top 15 picks are going to be. And I'm looking at now, everyone has Trevor Lawrence as number one. And then Zach Wilson is number two.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone has.
Who'd you put at number 3? Hi, Rue. Hi.
I
My
put
dog
Mac
is very
Jones.
needy right now. You put Mac Jones? Okay.
Yeah, I put Mac Jones. Let me see.
They restarted the clock.
They restarted it?
Oh, the pick is in. Okay. I looked back at my TV and it was like it had 9 minutes and 49 seconds on it. I was like,
Well, this isn't going to be the last time that we hear from Jaguars tonight. They've got the 25th overall pick, so I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what they end up doing. I know we've had some discussion about this. I could see potentially offensive line if it's like a Tevin Jenkins falls. I could also see them going with the best receiver available that they feel fits their scheme. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, definitely. I would expect them to stick to the offensive side of the ball, but you never know. I mean, if one of those corners falls, J.C. Horn or Caleb Farley, even Patrick Surtain, crazier things have happened. But
25th overall, I don't think Surtain's going to fall that far. I could see maybe J.C. Horn or.
It really just depends. I mean, both J.C. Horn and Caleb Farley are big athletic guys. I do have a feeling we'll probably see a few names called tonight that we have not studied or know that much about.
Yeah.
I have a feeling towards the back end things might get a little bit more wild.
Well, and that's one of the things that we found, obviously, when we were doing that. Like, there's so many different rounds, so many different guys that we taken there. I've heard we never mentioned Elijah Moore from Ole Miss, his name at all, I think, in any of our mock drafts. But he's a name of receiver that potentially, if Green Bay doesn't do anything crazy, that they could potentially end up taking at 29th overall. I think that will be a good pick because Elijah Moore has got some serious speed.
It sounds like the Jacksonville Jaguars are about to announce their pick.
With the first pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence, quarterback Clemson.
All righty. Did you hear that?
I did end up hearing that.
Okay.
Well, no surprise. Obviously, now the Jets are going to be on the clock here. But to talk about Trevor Lawrence, I'm really excited. I'm glad the Falcons actually get to play them this year. Actually, thanks to the extra game. So it's going to be fun to really watch this team because they're going to have. Anytime you have a college head coach, especially someone who has been as successful as Urban Meyer, come in. It's going to be very interesting to see how he ends up doing, how the team ends up doing, and also Trevor Lawrence is supposed to be the next guy, the generational talent. He's got all 5 tools. It's going to be interesting to see how he does in his first season here, and I think they can have some success. Indianapolis is going to be the team to beat in the AFC South. I think Tennessee is going to be overrated a little bit. I don't think they're going to do that well. They lost a lot of weapons. Their defense is not good, and they didn't really improve on it too much this offseason. And also then Houston's going to be Houston. I think everyone knows the situation about that. If Deshaun Watson comes back, he will be their best player. And so they are in a full rebuild mode. So I really think Jacksonville could have a good season if the coaching goes right, if people stay healthy. And it's going to be really fun to watch them kind of develop and grow.
To me, I think that the Jacksonville Jaguars are actually the second best team in that division if they draft well.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think that the Titans are going to be a little bit overrated. I think they're going to rely on Derrick Henry too much.
Yeah.
And I think the Ravens defense was above average, but it wasn't elite last year. And they kind of gave a good little blueprint on how to beat the Titans.
Oh, yeah.
And so for me, I really think that the Jaguars have a chance to be the second best team in that division. With that being said, I think the Colts are going to win that division with ease, and I think that no other team in that division will be a wild card.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think so either. I mean, just to think about what Derrick Henry would have to do for the Titans for them, I think, to be a contender, because one thing people are really overrating was how dynamic Arthur Smith, the current Falcons coach, former offensive coordinator for Tennessee, and how he was able to just create space for all their guys and utilize every single weapon, from A.J. Brown, who is a potential tier 1 type receiver in the NFL with his length and his speed, but then also from using Jonnu Smith at a tight end, Corey Davis, who I like Corey Davis, but I feel like he's a good receiver too. And so, and speaking of Corey Davis, he's about to have a new quarterback, and who we think is going to be Zach Wilson. So I'm very curious to see if he can step up and elevate his game into that receiver 1 status for Zach Wilson to throw to. Because Corey Davis has game, but I think he needs to be put in the right system. I don't think he's going to be he might be the guy in New York, but they might want to have an upgrade option here later in the draft.
Do you think right now Zach Wilson is an upgrade from Ryan Tannehill?
Quarterback throwing wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so. From an overall quarterback, Ryan Tannehill, I think, is a poor man's Alex Smith when Alex Smith was in his prime. I think he's a game manager. He can sling the ball around, but he is not. He needs to be put into the right system for them to succeed. Zach Wilson, I think, can come in and be a game changer. He can be kind of like Kyler Murray is for Arizona, where the entire game kind of morphs around Kyler Murray and that offense. And then now that you have these exploding weapons behind next to him, then it's only going to increase that offense even more. That's what I think Zach Wilson can provide to New York Jets, something that Tannehill can't. So Tannehill can run, he can throw on the run, but a lot of the Titans' success last year was due to offensive scheming and the amazing – no way. Sorry.
What was that?
Trevor Lawrence and I have the same wedding anniversary day.
Oh, really?
My wife will love that. That'll be funny. So he got married on the same day. A lot more people at his wedding than mine. So, but sorry, I totally lost track there. I was surprised by that. Anyways, but yeah, Zach Wilson, I think, with the Jets, and then it's going to be all about offensive scheming, because I think Arthur Smith in Tennessee absolutely brought out the best in everyone with the way he was able to scheme. And it's just going to be interesting to see how the Jets and Robert Saleh. I know he's the head coach, more of a defensive-minded coach. I'm not sure who the offensive. Oh no, the offensive coordinator is Matt LaFleur's brother. I think Michael is it Mike?
Yeah.
So it's going to be very interesting if he can create a lot of space for this offense and really give Zach Wilson and Corey Davis, and if they end up drafting running back, the best rooms to run. This was the trade that happened. Okay.
The Jets pick is in.
Okay.
And we are awaiting the commissioner to come out and give the pick. I mean, 99 times out of 100 with a voice crack, it's Zach Wilson.
It's looking like everyone is kind of more. All the cameras are on him. It's looking like it's going to be him. But we're about to see. The Jets are going to be another team. I think it's going to be fun to watch. They were so abysmal last year because they were just so bad to watch. And it wasn't even like – so, for example, the Jags this year I think are going to be bad. But at the same time, they're going to be interesting to watch because you're going to see these young teams grow. When you watch an old veteran team that doesn't do well, it's just bad. Yeah, it just sucks. It's just bad. It's just bad to watch. So, I'm saying the Jets pick is in. Is Goodell walking out yet?
Yeah, Goodell's walking out right now. He's shaking the Jets fan that is in the chair, and he is walking up to the microphone right now.
With the second pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Zach Wilson, quarterback, BYU.
All right.
Draft
begins right now.
Yeah, I was going to say about 34 minutes past the start time. It starts now. So far, we're both 2 for 2.
Yeah, but you know what? I bet everyone and their mother's 2 for 2. I bet even our mother is 2 for 2. Like, so.
Yeah. No offense, Mom.
No offense, Mom. Yeah. I don't know if you're still watching. But, I hope Zach Wilson does really well. I like his style. I kind of like that, the way he throws, the way he plays. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how he does. I will say he's coming in, compared to Trevor Lawrence, he's coming in with the stiffest competition. Miami's no joke. Buffalo is going to be the team to beat. And New England's New England. As long as Bill Belichick and Josh McDaniels are the two coaches there, they're going to be tough to beat. And they brought in a lot of talent. So I was
going to say New England reloaded.
They reloaded well.
Depending on how this draft goes, I think will really define New England's contendership next year. So
yeah.
Mm-hmm. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. I'm curious to kind of see how. I'm curious to see how they do. Like if they're competing, I think that's gonna be one thing. I hope Zach Wilson doesn't end up having a career, or the way his career started as Sam Darnold did, because the way because Sam Darnold came with so much promise, and the Jets just absolutely just destroyed it with a horrible organization. And he's going to the same organization. I really hope that it does not. I think I guess come to that, so to say.
I will say, hopefully the Jets have it right in Robert Saleh, and hopefully that they take better care of him. I hope they invest in the offensive line in the next round and protect him. Because Zach Wilson is a little bit smaller. I talked about this a little bit already, but he's 6'2", 210, a little bit of a lighter frame. And while he's still 6'2", 210 is no slouch, I mean, getting hit by 6'5", 250 linebackers, that hurts. Like that, and those pile up on a young quarterback quick.
And one of the things, though, really just after watching his highlights, he's so elusive. He kind of gives me a little bit of a Russell Wilson, Johnny Manziel mix kind of vibe, where it feels like they both know how to kind of avoid those big tackles, so to say. Russell Wilson more than Johnny Manziel. So I wonder if he can provide that, and like if he sees a big guy coming, he's like, I just got to get down, and he just gets down. That's going to be totally different than if he's like, I'm going to stick it in the pocket and hang out, have guys bounce off me, which obviously is not the case. Everyone, and they're showing all these highlights, but the one when he's rolling out towards his left and then turns around and then slings it 40 yards, just seems like it's easy right down the middle of the field. It's plays like that that make it really exciting and makes him super elusive. So I hope he does well. I've said this about all the AFC quarterbacks or all the AFC teams. I hope they do well until they face the Falcons in the Super Bowl next year. And so, but now San Francisco's on the clock. And so final predictions, I'm still thinking Mac Jones. I know some reports have said Trey Lance as of today, but I'm thinking Mac Jones, I think is the better option for the team. Personally, what are your thoughts?
I mean, it's tough because it depends on what you're looking for. If you think Trey Lance is that good, I think and these guys, like these teams have had more interviews with these guys and they know them more personally than we have gotten the chance to. And so
Mhm.
we can only go off of what we saw on tape. And to me, on tape, Mac Jones processes football and makes better – I can't say better decisions because Trey Lance only has one interception in his college career, and seems to make the right decision more often.
Mhm.
To me, Trey Lance looks like a man amongst boys when he plays in college football, like at that level.
Yeah.
Just because he's so much bigger and faster than everybody in Division I AA, that it's hard to really gauge his true skill set just because he's so much physically better than everybody. And so to me, it's like LeBron. It's kind of like LeBron James in the way that I don't really know. LeBron James is a great basketball player, and he'll be in the Basketball Hall of Fame. But I think part of the reason why LeBron James is so good in the NBA is just because he's physically dominant.
Yeah. Well,
Like-
he's a mismatch. He's kind of like Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
He's a guy that's 6'9" that can handle the ball extremely well. And in this day and age in basketball, it's a little bit different because a lot of those guys can do that. But I absolutely get what you're saying. And I think going back to Mac Jones and Trey Lance, it's I tried not to be super like harp on like Iowa's FCS football. It wasn't really FBS, but to say like he didn't throw any interceptions in a pro style offense in Division II football and it's just 1 year. Especially also it's North Dakota State, which is the best FCS team. So he's going to be around.
Their
he's
left
around the
tackle
All-Stars.
is a potential first-round pick.
Potential
in
first
Dylan
round pick.
Radunz.
Like he's one of the Dylan Radunz, the tackle from North Dakota State. If he falls down to Atlanta in the second round, like with the 34th overall pick, I take him. Protect Matt Ryan. Protect future quarterbacks. Like get a running game. Like because he does have so much game, and it's like it's not trying to take away from Trey Lance, but that's one of the things though is how do you know?
Yeah, how do you know how good he actually is? And so you can do all these tests to try and measure it. Excuse me there.
Yeah.
You can do all these tests to try and measure it, but in reality, he's going to look so much better on tape just because he's so much stronger, like bigger. Like, and people say like he's such a strong runner. I'm like, well, he's running over instead of running over a 5'10", 215-pound safety, he's running over a 5'9", 195-pound safety. Yeah. And so to me, that's a little bit concerning. But I also feel like some of what he does.
Is the pick in? Sorry, is the pick in?
Yeah, the pick is in. They have not gone to the commissioner yet on the screen.
Oh, they haven't gone in. Okay.
Some of what he does, though, scheme-wise, I think if you give him another year to develop in like a San Francisco offense, I do think that he could be good.
Oh yeah, no, and that's what it's like. I'm not trying to take that away, but at the same time, it's do you want to spend your third round pick? When there's a guy already against really tough competition, the best competition in SEC football, or even Justin Fields, who was.
All right, the commissioner's walking up to the stand. I hate to cut you off, but the commissioner's walking up to the.
With the third pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance.
It is Trey Lance.
Wow.
All right.
All right.
So that's the first one that we got wrong.
That's the first one we got wrong. Okay. First of many, for sure. Well, now
100%.
That fourth overall pick, though, now you got Mac Jones and Justin Fields, two guys that a lot of people liked.
Yeah. But, okay, so here's the thing. Cincinnati's not going to take a quarterback. Miami's not going to take a quarterback. I don't think the Lions are going to take a quarterback because they just traded for Jared Goff. I think they have more holes to fill, right?
Yeah.
Carolina just traded for Sam Darnold. It's not likely, in my opinion, that they're going to draft a quarterback. And then you have Denver at 9, who just got Teddy Bridgewater. I think if you're going to trade up for a quarterback, you're going to try and jump Denver. You're no longer trying to get up in the top 5. You're trying to jump
that's fair.
Denver. So
that's fair. That's 100% fair. That's a good point. And
because
so
I think if you're the Falcons, your asking price is too high. No offense.
Well, but that's what we were just talking about, though. If you know you're going to take Kyle Pitts, or if you know you're going to take a Mac Jones or Justin Fields, it's like why not ask for the world? And if a team wants to pay for that, then I'll see why not. But I think to get Trey Lance, let's talk about Trey Lance here for a little bit. I hope he does really well. He's going to be going to a great organization in the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk about the 3 quarterbacks picked so far. He is in the best place to succeed right now. One of the top 5 defenses already. You've got arguably the best offensive mind in your head coach, Kyle Shanahan. You're going to have a lot of weapons. You're going to have a fan base that is going to be super pumped to have you there. Not that Jacksonville and New York doesn't. But like I said, I hope he does really well, and they're going to give him everything every opportunity to succeed. So
no, definitely. And for me, I think if Trey Lance, I said it about Justin Fields, and I think it applies to Trey Lance as well. If you are going to draft a quarterback to play day one, I don't think Trey Lance or Justin Fields are really the guys you want to go with, especially Trey Lance to me.
Yeah.
I think Trey Lance needs time to develop and learn how to play at a higher level before he can really come in and be successful. But if the San Francisco 49ers had traded Jimmy Garoppolo already, I think this is a different pick. I think it's Mac Jones.
Oh, they can come in and play right now?
Yeah. If Jimmy Garoppolo was not there, they had traded him to the Patriots or the Raiders or whoever.
Yeah.
I think I think it's a different pick. I think it's Mac Jones.
Sorry, I want to make fun of ABC and ESPN here a little bit. So this past week, I've seen this clip twice, and they just showed it again. But for some reason, when they're doing their highlight reel, they show his one pick. Like, you have all this film on him of throwing these touchdown passes, and you show the one pick that he had in his entire college career. It's just funny. I feel like there's other clips that they could show of him being really successful. But yeah, he's going to come in, and that's a good point. I wonder if maybe I'm curious to see what the thought process was behind, because I'm sure it had to be a really tough pick. But if you look at Trey Lance, I think things that Mac Jones does well, but hinders him. Things that Justin Fields does well, but hinders him. I think Trey Lance, if you morph them together, I think his ceiling is a combined Mac Jones, Justin Fields, so to say. I think that
he's the biggest risk in this draft to me. He has the lowest floor of all the guys, of all the 5.
I agree. But I agree completely.
If he hits, he could be. Who's a good comparison? If he hits, he could be.
I think he could be a Russell
Deshaun Watson like. Yeah, I was gonna say Deshaun Watson. I think he's a better runner than Russell Wilson. So that, in my opinion, that is what I feel like.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, I'm very curious now to see. Now with the Falcons coming up, I'm really hoping. I'm going to say now, I'm hoping Kyle Pitts. Personally, I think if a trade would have happened, I feel like we would have heard about it by now.
Maybe sometimes they drag it out, but I also
that is true. A lot of times they do. There was a trade. Falcons traded with this team, and this is who we're picking. And the team that they traded with is picking this player a lot of the times. So,
the pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons. They did not trade it.
They did not trade it. Okay.
So before the pick is announced, I'm assuming you want it to be Kyle Pitts.
If they are taking a pick, I want it to be Kyle Pitts. I would like for it to be Kyle Pitts.
Would you be upset if it was Jamar Chase, or Devontae Smith or Jalen Waddle? Any of the top 3 receivers?
Well, if you're going to pick a receiver, I think you got to pick Jamar Chase. I think he's the best one of the 3. I wouldn't be upset. I think that give me clear indication that then they're going to be that they're trading Julio Jones. I would be upset if they picked Justin Fields or Mac Jones. Personally, I don't think they need a quarterback. People talk about Matt Ryan's age; he's 35 years old, but he still has plenty of game left, and he's not the reason why they were 4-12 last year. In one possession games last year, the Falcons went 0-8. Falcons went 0-8 last year, and they should have won 5.
And that's on the defense, not the offense.
Well, and they defense and coaching. They would have made the playoffs last year if they won those 5 games that they should have won. And I mean should have. I mean 3 of them were like 99% probability of winning at a certain point in the game. Like that, and they blew 3. They blew 3 of those games. So that puts them at a better record ahead of the Bears, and they're at least going up against the Saints, who they would be able to beat.
All right, the Falcons are about to announce their pick.
With the 4th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Kyle Pitts, Florida.
All right.
All right,
6'5",
good.
245 tight end out of Florida. Are you happy? Are you excited?
I am excited about that. I am excited because then that still now leaves the door open. If they would have drafted a quarterback, then I think that they would be keeping Julio Jones, because then what's the point of drafting a quarterback and then not having potentially one of the options of replacing arguably the best player in Falcons history. So now with drafting Kyle Pitts, he is going to be a absolute nightmare for defensive coordinators. Instant impact. Another thing too is we've talked about Julio Jones a little bit as well on some of his kind of racehorse type kind of build, where if he gets dinged up a little bit, he's not at his 100%. Knock on wood with Kyle Pitts, but he seems thicker. He seems like he can endure a little bit more. Also, he's younger, so I'm hoping I'm absolutely hoping that they're able to find some cap space and keep Julio Jones, because what an offense that would be. Absolutely what an offense that would be.
No, definitely. I mean, we said it at the beginning of the show too. If the Falcons draft Kyle Pitts and keep Julio Jones, it's Chiefs, Falcons, Bills, top offenses in the league. Right? Yeah. If they get rid of Julio Jones and draft Kyle Pitts, it's top 10 offense. Top 10.
Well, it's still plenty. I mean, one of the nice things though is you'd still have so let's say the Falcons have Mike Davis as their running back, and they're most definitely going to get another running back and probably have a running back by committee. But let's say they can have a stud, like find a good left guard, that a position that they could fill and have a healthy line, and Arthur Smith is able to come in and create space for a lot of people. They have good depth, even with Hayden Hurst and also with Russell Gage as well, where then they can have these guys create space and also then kind of have a receiver by committee. Maybe they won't have a 1,000-yard receiver, but they're going to have several 800-yard receivers all with multiple touchdowns, because they're able to spread the ball around the field because Arthur Smith is able to create space.
Yeah. No, definitely. And I think a running back will be a target in the later rounds.
I agree.
Especially for – I just don't think you guys have a running back right now that is like a number one. You have like a couple of number twos, maybe a number 3. But I don't know. So
I agree completely. Yeah.
I like the pick. I think it is a pick that sets the Falcons up for longevity in the future. And it gives them a security blanket if they get rid of Julio Jones.
Another thing as well is –
I was going to say, what are your final thoughts on this pick?
This sets them up to have a successful season this year. They already didn't play much. They didn't play with Julio Jones much last year, and they were competitive in a lot of games. And so bringing in a player like Kyle Pitts, who's going to be a nightmare mismatch for these defenses, gives them a potential to contend. Now, what's going to hinder them from being really successful and maybe making a deep run into the playoffs is going to be their defense. And that's one of the issues. If there was a Chase Young like player in this draft, it'd be hands down that's who we're taking, no matter what. Kyle Pitts, I think, would have fallen just a little bit,
But
which
honestly,
it's absolutely fine. I mean, I'd been fine with that as well. I think this is the best pick for the Falcons, given the circumstance and the lack of, I won't say lack of talent, but lack of defensive spectacularness, so to say, in this year's draft.
Yeah, no. So for me, I 100% agree. And I think your guys' defense is young and has room to improve, but there's also a good bit of talent on the back end of this draft in the defense.
Yeah.
So I don't know. But my final thoughts, I think this makes the Falcons dangerous. I mean, you have 3 elite weapons on offense now.
Yeah.
Barring that they keep Julio Jones.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that to me is terrifying. In that division, they need to put up points. They're going to take the Kansas City Chiefs approach and just be like, we are just going to outscore you. So, I don't know. It's going to be an interesting division. I think it's going to be a 2-horse race between the Falcons and the Buccaneers.
The Saints, I think, are going to be very interesting. The Falcons, I will say, the Falcons are in the best spot because they have the weakest schedule of all of them, playing the most 4th-ranked teams, even then playing Jacksonville as well, who just drafted Trevor Lawrence. So it'll be very interesting to see how everything does. Same thing, though, with NFC South. The Buccaneers are going to be the team to beat, and I can't see them not winning that division. Honestly. Buccaneers, it's going to be funny. The Buccaneers are going to be so good for the next 2 years, but then they're going to spend all of their money just because they want to win Super Bowls now, and they're going to be totally okay that they're going to suck for 3 years after Tom Brady retires and all these other guys leave. So all their cap.
Honestly, okay, but even then, so let's say they win 1 more Super Bowl out of the next 3 years. 2 Super Bowls out of 6 years is fine with me. Like, I'll take it. So, but anyways, so that kind of wraps up the Falcons pick, in my opinion, unless you have anything else to say.
No, I mean, I think I see the Bengals pick is in now.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, I've been seeing a lot of people, they've been saying that Jamar Chase might be the guy, and maybe Joe Burrow was campaigning for him a lot. Yeah. Which I mean, I totally get it, but if I'm Joe Burrow, though, I'm also looking down at the big scar at my knee and being, I need Penei Sewell. Like,
I agree. So we had this conversation, I think, yesterday, and for me, I like the idea that the drop off from Penei Sewell to the 37th pick, where you can probably get the 5th to 6th best tackle, is not as far of a drop as Jamar Chase to. In a wide receiver loaded class, you're probably going to get the 10th, like the 8th to 10th best wide receiver at that pick.
Yeah.
And so for me, I kind of like the idea, just like go get your weapon. They have a good receiving core, nothing great that stands out. Tyler Boyd, T. Higgins, they don't really have a tight end presence right now. So for me, I think you take Jamar Chase and you go and get a tackle later on. Guys like Dylan Raduns from North Dakota State, Liam Eichenberg, or a guy that's risen up a lot of draft boards in this past week has been Walker Little from Stanford. So there are guys that are in that spot that you can take to fill that need. So I think you get the most dangerous weapon. Well, you get the best wide receiver in this class at this pick, and then you figure it out later.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, and that's a fair point, and that's a good point as well, because Jamar Chase, is significantly better than the 8th or 10th best receiver.
Yeah.
And Penei
I hate to
Sewell.
cut you off, but Roger Goodell is about to announce the pick.
Let's do it.
You're getting pretty good at that.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jamar Chase.
Wow.
Wide receiver, LSU.
All right.
So I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off, but I also didn't want to miss the pick. So
you are good. Wow. Let's see here. So that is very interesting now. So then, I mean, that's what Joe Burrow wanted. That's what Jamar Chase wanted. That's what I think a lot of people in the Bengals world wanted. Those two, they have the history. They have the 23 touchdowns thrown to each other last year.
Yeah. 23.
Not last year. 2 years ago.
2 seasons ago. Yeah.
2 seasons ago. Joe Burrow might be there.
If I'm Joe Burrow, I'm throwing a party. I think you can get value at tackle later on, and you can do other things to kind of cover that up. Like you can put a tight end on that side, you can chip the edge rusher, and you can have a running back in the backfield blocking on blitz protections. There are certain things you can do to help try and mask the left tackle spot. Yeah. To me, you have a guy in Jamar Chase that, I mean, I don't know how else other to say it than he dominated, like absolutely dominated in 2019.
Yeah.
He played against AJ Terrell, dominated. He played against there was a corner from Ole Miss, Trayvon Diggs, and dominated Trayvon Diggs. And then he played against another corner from Ole Miss whose name is escaping me, and absolutely wrecked in that game. Those three guys were first and second round picks in last year's draft.
Yeah.
Right? Justin Jefferson, who was in the running for Offensive Rookie of the Year last year, was a clear number 2. He was a clear 1B next to Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
And for me, he might be one of the best wide receiver prospects of this past decade. I think when we look back at it too in 2030 and we'll do our all-decade team, I think Jamar Chase might be on that list.
Yeah.
So
no, and that's a very good point. Yeah, and it was nothing like with me. I'm just curious to see though. This pick is great as long as Joe Burrow can stay healthy, and that's where I want it. Depending on who they pick with their second pick,
that's what's going to make me laugh in about 8 months, or actually really only like 4 or 5 months. But we're going to see Joe Burrow get hit really hard. And people are going to be like, oh, you should have picked Penei Sewell. You should have picked Penei Sewell.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to be like, well, I was like, what they're not going to show you on that highlight tape of Joe Burrow getting lit up, one, that happens to all other quarterbacks, and two, there's no Jamar Chase highlights on that 6-second clip of Joe Burrow getting absolutely demolished.
Yeah.
So I think Jamar Chase will have a bigger impact in the overall success of the Bengals offense than a Penei Sewell.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
Not to say Penei Sewell.
But Bengals, as you mentioned already, do have a pretty good receiving core as well, and I think this only makes it even deeper. Makes them more of a threat as well. Because then you have Joe Mixon in the backfield, and so now that Bengals offense becomes even more deadly, and especially in a division where the Browns, Steelers, and Ravens don't have slouches for defense. They're all pretty solid on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah. And so for me, I think a second-round offensive tackle and a guy like Dylan Radunes, Walker Little, Samuel Cosme, I think that will be sufficient. And then you can do other things to kind of help them out.
Yeah.
So I don't know. To me, this makes the next pick really interesting because if I was the Dolphins, I was going to take the best pass catcher available. So Falcons picked quarterback Penei Sewell or Jamar Chase. And then Bengals pick Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, whatever.
Yeah.
I pick whoever's left out of the two best pass catchers. But now neither of them are left.
Yeah, they're both gone. So it's interesting. Do you maybe take Penei Sewell and protect Tua? But I also feel like you need to give Tua a weapon to throw to. I wonder, do you think Devontae Smith comes off the board here?
So I think Penei Sewell is a little bit redundant because they drafted Austin Jackson last year.
Yeah,
he's an offensive tackle out of USC. Point. And so I think for me, Penei Sewell is a little bit redundant. I think you go with the Heisman winner, Devontae Smith. But personally, like, I don't know. I really because
I think you take Devontae Smith or you trade back. So like trade back with a team that would want to take Penei Sewell or an offensive tackle. So
yeah. Well, I tell you what, right now the Chargers are absolutely loving this.
Oh yeah, both Penei Sewell and Rashawn Slater falling. Yeah.
Oh, 100%. Because now they might be able to trade up to 7 and just be like, well, just give me Penei Sewell. You get Penei Sewell at 7. Oh, the Dolphins pick is in. So no trades so far, which is kind of the opposite of what we had thought was going to happen.
Well, the only trade that
in the mock draft
was maybe with Atlanta, but as
sorry.
No, you're good.
Sixth pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Waddle.
Jalen Waddle.
Jalen Waddle. Okay. All right.
Wow. Okay. So the Heisman winner is still on the board. I guess that the Miami Dolphins got a little bit of insider information from Tua there and said that Jalen Waddle is better than Devontae Smith.
Maybe. I mean, we'll have to see. They have the it's going to see because you can make an argument that Jalen Waddle was maybe the better receiver when both were healthy in the 2019 season. But Jalen Waddle fractured his ankle and so didn't really perform too much in 2020. But with that, it'll be Devontae Smith really rose to fame, and that's how he got the Heisman. So it'll be very interesting to see any kind of compare the two.
So, yeah, for me, I think Jalen Waddle is faster, but I don't think he's as precise on his routes. And also, too, I've said this in our mock drafts before, Jalen Waddle is a body catcher.
Mm-hmm.
He is a guy, and he'll go over the middle, and he'll try and catch balls against his shoulder pads. And I think that is a recipe for drops.
Yeah. So, well, and that could be something that they could fix in the offseason. Maybe it could be a scheme fit because Jalen Waddle, I think, is the faster of the two of him and Devontae Smith. So maybe they want to have a deep threat because who was the receiver that they brought in?
Will Fuller.
That's it. Yeah. So
he's not going to play all season.
Because of injuries?
Yeah, he gets injured every year.
Okay, but he's more of a possession receiver, anyways, right?
No, he's he's a speedster. He's a vertical route runner.
Oh, okay. I feel like Jalen Waddle's also the same as well.
He's a slant and go, and then a vertical route runner. For me, as a Patriots fan, I like and don't like the pick because I think if it works out, that now they have two bona fide weapons down there.
Yeah.
But I think this has a higher chance of not working out than Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
So
I agree. So, but honestly, though, I mean, only time will tell. And so Jamar Chase could have been the best pick of the draft, or maybe Devontae Smith, who's the last receiver, could be the best pick of the draft. So I will say I'm already seeing that the Lions pick is in. So I'm wondering.
It is already in.
So
Devontae Smith, maybe?
That would make sense. They need receivers.
Or do you think they'd take Penei Sewell here?
You could. I could see it. I'm trying to think of how their offensive line was this past season. They protected Matt Stafford pretty well. I don't think Matt Stafford got hit too much, but that was never the Lions' issues. I felt like so. I could see them taking a receiver here now that Devontae Smith is there, but I could also potentially see maybe one of the first defenders coming off the board and Micah Parsons, and them adding some defensive depth. So
yeah, I don't know.
I feel like we would have if it was a trade, we would have already seen it, right?
Yeah, well, it wouldn't say pick is in. It would just a new team name would pop up.
It would just say, it would just say, or there's been a trade or something like that.
Well, yeah, it'll say trade, and then like the new team will pop up.
Yeah.
But no, it says pick is in, so that means they've submitted a pick. This is interesting.
Well, you know what? Something no one's talking about. Jared Goff only has a year or two left on his contract, right? Maybe since one of their quarterbacks fell, they could be taking it.
Maybe. For me, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe my morals are getting in the way here, but I think it'd be bad to trade for a quarterback and then just go instantly draft another, especially when a guy is so young and Jared Goff. I mean, Jared Goff is only 26.
Maybe, but Jared Goff could become the new Sam Darnold. You know what I mean? Where he's traveling around a little bit, like good enough, like he's a good stopgap, but not good enough to, yeah. He's not,
but also too, it's a little bit different because Jared Goff, I mean, has thrown for 40 touchdowns and 4,000 plus yards in a season. He's made it all the way to a Super Bowl. So for me, I don't think the Lions necessarily view him that way.
That's fair. No, that's a good point too. And then you could get. I mean, then in that case, then if you want to beef up his protection, is then draft Penei Sewell right here or Rashawn Slater. If there's a specific guy that they like, so I would have thought that this would have been a point where a team like the Chargers would have traded up to take Rashawn Slater. But now that Penei Sewell is here.
Yeah. Well, they have how many picks? So the pick is in. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks in between them. And I think only a few teams are actually going to be wanting to take a tackle. I think Carolina would be one. Well, Denver could be one too.
Yeah,
but
I can see that.
I don't know. All righty. It looks like that Roger Goodell is about to announce the pick. All right.
With the 7th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Penei Sewell, tackle, Oregon.
Wow, okay.
All right. Penei Sewell. Or Sewell.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense then now. Since he fell that far, you want to protect your new quarterback. You want to protect and also increase the chances. It just also solidify that offensive line so you can win the trenches. And Penei Sewell, as we've talked about, has been one of the best, probably generational talents that you have seen. Or that we have seen in a really long time. And so he could be a staple for that offensive line and that left tackle position for years to come.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. And I think they'll invest in weapons later on, but I think they need to currently protect what they have, build a running game behind DeAndre Swift, who they drafted in the 2nd round of last year, and then continue to improve. So for me, I think this is a very solid pick. They don't quite have some of the weapons that they used to. I think they lost. Did they lose Marvin Jones and Kenny Galladay, or?
I think that they did, or they're in their last year of their contracts, and
Well, I
they're
know they
starting
lost Kenny Galladay. I just don't know if they lost Marvin Jones.
They might have. If
They
not,
did, yeah.
he did. Okay.
Yeah, Marvin Jones is on the Jaguars now.
So, and it's another one as well, and where we've talked about how deep the receiving class is. Maybe they feel like the transition from Devontae Smith to maybe Rashad Bateman, if he falls all the way down to their second pick, isn't as big of a difference between the two.
I have heard that Rashad Bateman's draft stock has fallen a little bit. He had a little bit of an injury issue when they did his team physical. So, with Penei Sewell, I think that solidifies their front five on offense. I think it'll be a good guy for DeAndre Swift to run behind and protect Jared Goff, their new quarterback that they just traded for. Now that the first offensive tackle is on the board, to me, the team that affects most
I'm sorry. Penei Sewell, I'm looking at it now. They have all of his accolades, and he looks scary. He looks absolutely intimidating.
Yeah. No, he's yeah, I mean, terrifying.
Oh, yeah.
But
yeah.
So do a lot of defensive linemen in the NFL.
That is true. That's a very good point. So, but I think that's a great pickup for Detroit. I never would have thought that he would have fallen that far. But I honestly think you can't go wrong ever really going with the offensive tackle, unless there's maybe a player like Jamar Chase, which what the Bengals ended up doing. But pick up Penei Sewell because if you consistently lose the war in the trenches in football, you're never going to be successful. And so starting there and setting up that foundation is hopefully going to set Detroit up for success. So. Yeah. I'm very curious here, and I don't know where your clock's at. Maybe I'm on a little bit of delay, but Panthers better pick it up a little bit. I see they only have.
I'm on 45 seconds. So, for me, this pick is interesting. I don't think they're going to select a quarterback. I don't think that is in their wheelhouse. I think they're going to wait and see what happens with Sam Darnold because, like me, I think the Panthers pick is in.
Okay.
Like me, I think they are smart people, and they realize that the Jets organization just did not know what to do with Sam Darnold. And I think Matt Rule will be able to turn him around a little bit.
I hope so. Well, I hope so to a point. I want the Falcons to be better.
Well, I want the Patriots to be better. Yeah. So for me, it's a little bit tricky with Carolina. And then Denver, I don't know what Denver's going to do.
Well, because I can also legitimately see Denver taking a quarterback still. Because I feel like with them trading for Teddy Bridgewater, that means that they are done with Drew Lock and they're going to move on from him. But that doesn't take out the realm of possibility of having a stopgap and getting someone like Justin Fields to come in. So we'll have to end up seeing who the Panthers end up picking. I'm going to be right back. I am going to go get some more adult Gatorade. So I'll be right back.
Okay. All right.
Apologize about that. Had to rehydrate as we are 7 picks in here. And now with Carolina on the clock, very curious as we were coming back to the stream here, seeing who they're going to end up picking. Right now, it's still commercial, so it looks like they're holding out just for a little bit. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see. I would absolutely love because I feel like unless there's a trade, it could be possible that Denver ends up taking the first defensive player and Micah Parsons as well.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Before I get my
never
thoughts,
mind.
Right now, with the 8th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select J.C. Horn, defensive back, South Carolina.
all right. So in our mock draft, I predicted the first defensive player to come off the board here, but I picked the wrong one.
You
Carolina
picked Patrick Surtain
Panthers.
to go here?
No, I picked Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons. Okay. Wow. Unless they're obviously seeing something that I didn't end up seeing, but J.C. Horn. A cornerback makes sense here because they are going to be in a very tough division already with all the receiving prospects that they have. I'm surprised here that they picked J.C. Horn. Not gonna lie, I thought it would have been Patrick Surtain.
Yeah. To me, Patrick Surtain was my highest cornerback in the draft. I will say J.C. Horn is a little bit longer and a little bit more athletic, so maybe they were infatuated with his physical tools a little more.
Yeah. Also, then with the Falcons picking Kyle Pitts, that could have been a reactionary. Maybe they can have him line up against him.
True, but their safety Jeremy Chin that they drafted last year. He was very good against tight ends this past year, and so I don't know if it was necessarily reactionary. I think cornerback was a need to be filled for them, and then they ended up just thinking he was probably the best player available.
That's true. Yeah,
I would have gone Micah Parsons. For me, that was the best defensive player I had available. But off the field issues may cause him to drop a little bit. He may be all that in a bag of chips on the field, but he might be just the chips off the field. So
he might be just the chips off the field. I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
That was an expression I heard today. So thought I'd use it. It sounded good. Well, it probably sounded better coming out of the guy I heard it from, but
that's fair. That's a good point. So I'm sure he told it really well.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, as a Falcons fan, personally, I don't mind this pick because I feel like the Panthers defense was fine last year, but adding cornerback, I think, maybe helps improve the team a little bit. But what this does tell me, though, it absolutely says what you said, is that Sam Darnold is the guy, and I think that they're going to go with him full boat this season. So the only thing I'd be interested to see then if it means that they're also going to pick up their fifth year, that he's going to pick up his fifth-year option as well.
When do they have to do that by?
Before the fifth year starts, I guess. I honestly have no idea.
Okay.
So,
but for me, I think that's the right move. Like I said, they're smart, like me. So,
they are smart.
But I think it's going to set them up pretty well in that division because I think as the Buccaneers decline, and that'll probably be about the same time I think the Falcons start to decline. I think that Panthers defense will be really good, and hopefully Sam Darnold can develop with Robbie Anderson, DJ Moore, and then Curtis Samuel if he is still there.
And also Christian McCaffrey as well, if he says so.
Oh, yeah. Only probably the top 3 running back in the league. But I don't know. It's an interesting pick. I think it fits. So
yeah.
But
it's one thing that we talked about though, where it's kind of hard to pick because it was like it's not that the Panthers need a lot, but they also, as we found out, could have gone any different direction as well. And so it doesn't surprise me that they went cornerback. I guess I think just with base of our conversation and what I've been reading, Surtain was the bona fide number one. But they're obviously they're going to see something else because heck, they're getting paid for it and they play football. So, but I mean, nothing against J.C. Horn. It still keeps us on track though for the Cowboys taking Patrick Surtain. So I feel like
definitely. Unless that is actually a position I think Denver may go is corner. And
I could see if Rashawn Slater's which I think Rashawn Slater is going to be there unless if Denver does something crazy here.
Yeah.
I could see them maybe going Rashawn Slater. I could also see Jerry Jones doing something stupid and drafting Justin Fields. You could absolutely see him doing something stupid like that. Right? I mean
yeah.
like that wouldn't happen and it shouldn't happen, but also it is Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. I think that would be very interesting to see. But I'm curious here. But so now Denver's on the clock, and I see they have about 2 minutes left.
Yeah. A little under
if you're
for me.
Denver and Carolina, I feel like they both have very similar picks. I feel like we might see a player that we weren't expecting here. I know. I think I had them still picking quarterback here. So
that's tough. That's really tough. I'm not so sure to just throw in the towel on Drew Lock already.
Well, maybe they brought in Teddy Bridgewater to have a QB competition and be like, look, we want to give you some veteran presence. But also, like, we've got a thing that we've got to do, and we got to be successful for this organization. We felt that this was right. And maybe then because of that, now maybe they'll get Devontae Smith, bring in another weapon. Well, but they just drafted Jerry Jeudy last year, though, right? Or 2 years ago?
No, last year, yeah.
Last year,
they drafted Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler.
Yeah, so I don't know actually if they would go receiver. I almost did. After we're thinking about it, this feels like this would be. I mean, maybe Micah Parsons, because then you want to keep having that defense be super, or maybe Kwity Paye, have him go alongside Von Miller. I know you've talked about some of his off the field issues. Sorry, not Kwity Paye. Health issues.
Micah, yeah, health issues a little bit. Not as much Kwity Paye as much as like Caleb Farley and J.C. Horn. And Owusu Koromoa is the one that concerns me a little bit. Just not necessarily in the past, but in the future, I'm worried that his body will wear down.
He plays so physical.
The Broncos pick is in, so they are going to pick at this spot. Interesting to me because I don't know. Do you think they're going to pick one of the two guys left at quarterback?
It wouldn't surprise me because also there's a lot of talk they were wanting to trade up and go get quarterback, and then now they both fell to them, Mac Jones and Justin Fields. So two guys that probably would be there. So like I said, it wouldn't surprise me. I think the smarter play would. Well, at this position, it's kind of an awkward spot, I think.
Yeah. So for me, what I think, the Teddy Bridgewater move can be taken in two ways. One, they want security. So if Drew Lock comes out and sucks, they can put in Teddy Bridgewater and then go with Teddy Bridgewater the rest of the year. Or they could be throwing in the towel completely. I think those are the only two options. But the commissioner is coming to the stand. We will tune in right now.
With the ninth pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Pat Surtain, Jr., defensive back, Alabama.
Okay.
Wow, that's huge. Okay.
Two cornerbacks off the board that we didn't even talk about pre-pick.
Yeah.
It's amazing we don't get paid to do this.
It's our first year doing it. It's our rookie season.
It is.
We're still learning. But in that division, though, of course, hindsight's 2020. The pick does make sense. They're going to be going up against Kansas City. Los Angeles is going to be electric. And then you have a good up-and-coming team in the Las Vegas Raiders. So Patrick Surtain, now this will be really interesting because at the end of the year or in a couple of years, we'll be talking about this moment on which of these cornerbacks might have been the better pick because Carolina had the first option if they knew they were going cornerback. So I'm very curious to see who this is going to be. But Patrick Surtain played against some top competition in the SEC, the best of the competition. And he's going to be going up against Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, Is Keenan Allen still with the Chargers?
Yeah, he is.
He is, yeah. So Darren Waller as well with the Raiders. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he ends up doing. Good for him, though. Now it makes me curious because honestly, as the Cowboys, I don't know who the Cowboys are picking now.
Well, there are a few options for me. Obviously, not quarterback. They just signed Dak Prescott to a deal. I don't think Dallas, the Giants, or Philadelphia are going to want to pick a quarterback. For me, I think you go Rashawn Slater.
Yeah.
Or let me go back to my draft board. Rashawn Slater, Elijah Vera Tucker, or Micah Parsons, Kwity Paye, maybe to go on the other side of DeMarcus Lawrence. It really just depends. I mean, now they could go a multitude of different ways. They could draft Caleb Farley, the best cornerback that's left available.
They could have Jalen. I could see Jalen Phillips going here.
Yeah, they could. I could definitely see that actually.
Add some defensive pressure. One thing they might do, you know what? This is where if you were to talk about the Cowboys, I think they're going to pick Rashawn Slater because they got to play Chase Young 2 times every season. And Rashawn Slater, now of course, they're just their one game in college, but Rashawn Slater absolutely dominated Chase Young in that game against Northwestern and Ohio State. So who is here? Let me look up some needs here. Let's see, cornerback would have been safety, linebacker, defensive tackle. Offensive tackle is one of their needs. Tyron Smith and L. Collins are both coming off of season-ending injuries. So they might want to add some depth there. Maybe have Rashawn Slater, play right tackle, so to say, and then move him over to left tackle, which is probably his more natural position. But they do have a lot of needs on defense, and Dan Quinn is really going to want to have a good defensive presence coming in. So I could see someone like Jalen Phillips coming off the board here. Arguably one of the better defensive tackles.
Him and Kwity Paye are the 2 best defensive ends in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think that is the pick. It's going to Jalen Phillips, Kwity Paye, Rashawn Slater, or Caleb Farley. To me, are the 4 picks that Dallas has traded the pick to the Eagles. Rashawn Slater is probably coming off the board here.
Or DeVonta Smith, maybe. What if it was Justin Fields?
What if it is? That'd be crazy.
That would be crazy. So far in my little league or like draft league that I'm doing, I'm looking. Almost everyone had Patrick Surtain going 10th. Oh, one of the guys got the first. One of the guys got the first 6 picks correct.
Really?
Yeah. So they traded the pick to the Eagles. That's very interesting. It's interesting, especially since they did an in-division rival, so to say.
Yeah.
So
I think this puts DeVonta Smith, Caleb Farley, Micah Parsons, maybe Rashawn Slater.
I do like Rashawn Slater because the Eagles then have the same thing. They're going to be going up against the Redskins multiple times. I know I'm just talking about Chase Young. Also, you're going to want to protect Jalen Hurts, who is your expected franchise quarterback now moving forward. So coming here. But Eagles, though, also, if there's a guy that they really like, I could absolutely see this. I'm curious to see who they – so far it's looking like – Philadelphia still is the 12th pick. I don't know if they traded that.
It may not have just updated.
Yeah, it may not have updated yet. That'd be interesting, though. So it looks like the Eagles, their pick looks like it's about to be in.
Hopefully.
They're showing their conference room here. But anyway, so first trade of the draft, we were not expecting it to be between these two here. Especially the Eagles and Cowboys, two teams that don't really like each other. Surprised the Eagles and Giants didn't make a trade. That would be – no, I'm just joking. But overall, so you kind of mentioned it a little bit. Who do you think the Eagles are going to be looking at here?
To me, Rashawn Slater's the pick. That's going to be the guy who I'm going to go with.
Okay.
I just think he can do what they want. They invested in a first-round wide receiver last year in Jalen Reagor. It didn't necessarily work out last year. Maybe he'll pick it up this year. Micah Parsons is another guy that they're showing on the screen right now. That would be an interesting prospect for them. I thought he was going to go earlier. But, I don't know. As I'm looking at my board right now, I just don't – I think them trading Carson Wentz and keeping Jalen Hurts is
well, I think it's a clear sign that
they want to go with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Sorry, something popped up on the screen. They have 16 seconds left. All right, the pick is in.
Yeah, it looks like they're calling them right now.
Yeah. Who?
Yeah, I'm a little bit delayed from you guys, but it looks like they're all kind of looking around in their conference room.
Okay. That, for me, I think this is going to be a front 7 or front 5 pick. I could really see them going anywhere on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that so I can be like, oh, I called it at the end. But, they just need help everywhere on the defensive side of the ball. They were not a good defensive team last year. They honestly really just weren't that great of a team. But
yeah, they had issues everywhere. I think they also had a lot of internal stuff as well that was going on. Yeah. And I'm sure that's just got to be – I'm sure all of our viewers go to have had horrible bosses before. And so it just make it work really tough. So come in on a day in, day out basis, and it's just kind of an awkward work environment. It's going to make it really interesting. So I really think that I agree with you there. Build someone that you can kind of have a put in the trenches, because that's just going to be, if you can have a good foundation for that area of the football game, it's going to make the other aspects of the game easier.
Yeah, and if you can protect Jalen Hurts and give him time in the pocket, I think that is going to pay dividends in the long run for his development and success.
Yeah. So it sounds like, are we thinking Rashawn Slater then?
I'm going to go with Rashawn Slater. I think that's the pick that makes the most sense. I think they probably wanted to get up and pick him before Los Angeles had a chance to get up here. Roger Goodell is at the stand right now.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 10th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 10th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Devontae Smith, wide receiver, Alabama.
Okay. So the top 3 wide receivers are off the board. In my opinion, the second best wide receiver was just drafted by the Eagles.
I don't know. I don't like that pick.
Really? Why?
They spent so many picks on wide receivers. And maybe that's not.
I agree.
There, you know what I mean. Maybe focus on your defense. Maybe focus. It's not that I don't like Devontae Smith. I don't like the pick by the Eagles. It's not like I don't like the player.
No. I agree. For me, I think it is a need. But there are more pressing needs. I don't think it was the area that they could have improved the most with this pick. Yeah. To me, their offensive and defensive lines are getting aged, to say it nicely. And they need to start replacing those guys. They haven't really been able to do that. And when the Eagles went to the Super Bowl, they had a very good offensive line. Yeah. And not that their offensive line is like below average, it's just getting old. And I think they need to replace Jason Peters at left tackle and replace some of the pieces that they've lost on the defensive side of the ball. So I don't know.
I agree with you completely.
Questionable.
I think Devontae Smith, I think he's a great receiver. Obviously, he won the Heisman, so he definitely has a lot of talent. This is going to be very interesting to see kind of how they utilize him, especially the Eagles just had such a weird offseason. They went into the offseason, well into the offseason before they hired their coach. And so now they have the last guy, one of the last teams to hire a coach. And so then when you come in now and then with have so many different needs that they need, so to say, it's going to be very interesting to see what they do the rest of the draft and address all these specific needs. Maybe this is one of those needs where he's the best player available right now, and you got to go get the best player. Because the difference between Rashawn Slater and then drafting a lineman in the second round isn't as big of a difference from Devontae Smith to whatever receiver that they would get in the second round. So,
yeah. Trade alert. Oh, the Giants trade the pick to the Bears.
Quarterback.
Yeah, quarterback. Probably, my opinion, Justin Fields.
Quarterback.
Yeah. It'll probably be Justin Fields, in my opinion.
Probably. Yeah, I think it'd be Justin Fields. Now, I would say when I hear that, when I think of Giants trade pick to Bears, when I hear that, I think of the Chargers and how great would this be if they can fall – if Rashawn Slater could fall one more spot.
Yeah.
And if you're the Chargers –
Oh, no, he will. He definitely will.
You don't think the Cowboys would take Rashawn Slater?
Maybe. Maybe.
Or do you think they would go defense?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's going to be – I'm very curious to see. Let's see here.
Obviously, he's not going to get picked here. The Bears are going to draft a quarterback.
Yeah. Bears going to get a quarterback for sure. What were they going to say?
Okay, so to stay on the pick that we're on right now, do you think the Bears would draft Mac Jones over Justin Fields?
I don't really know because they play so differently. You know what I mean? The reason why we were so high on Mac Jones is because we felt like he would do really well in the Kyle Shanahan offense. But with the Bears offense, I don't really know who it's going to be. I can maybe see it being someone like Mac Jones because maybe he's a little bit more similar to Andy Dalton, so to say. And so Andy Dalton could give him the ropes for a year or two. Justin Fields could also potentially fit really well in there because he can learn from Andy Dalton, but then also add a little bit extra, so to say, than what Andy Dalton can because Andy Dalton can't move the same way that Justin Fields can. So I will say one thing, though. Either quarterback that goes that gets picked here, it's going to be – this is a good division, I think, for them to go to because all three defenses that they're going to play in their division aren't particularly spectacular. So I think it's going to be very beneficial because the Packers' defense is okay. Vikings' defense is so-so. I think the Vikings – actually, I think they might address their defense here with this upcoming pick or with their upcoming pick. So –
yeah, they could. Because to me, they're going to get a shot at Kwity Paye or Jalen Phillips, a shot at Jeremiah Usu-Cormoa, Micah Parsons, Zaven Collins. So for me, I'm anxious to see who this is going to be. I think they're about to come out with it. Oh, no, never mind. They're still showing the fans. So this is definitely a good division for a quarterback to go to. Aaron Rodgers is going to leave. The Minnesota Vikings are not that great. And who's the other team?
Lions. The Lions.
Oh, yeah, the Lions are not that great.
Yeah.
All right, and the pick is about to be announced.
Through this year's draft-a-thon, the NFL is supporting our nation's path to recovery from COVID-19 by focusing on the critical issues of mental health, food insecurity, health disparities, and the digital divide. Throughout the pandemic, health disparities widen in communities of color, indigenous communities, and for older and rural Americans. We're joining forces with the CDC Foundation as part of a draft-a-thon to meet the basic needs like nutrition, safety, and health. Carlos Nelson, who's behind me, has been doing just that, leading the Greater Auburn Gresham Development Corporation in Chicago. His dream of creating a federally qualified health center to provide medical care in his neighborhood is becoming a reality with support from the Chicago Bears, and it will open in 2022. Congratulations, Carlos, and please take it away with the Bear selection.
Well, how exciting is this? With the 11th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, my Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
So it was Justin Fields. I think that is a good pick.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm curious to see. I feel like moving up that far to get Justin Fields probably didn't cost him that much. Nowhere near as much as would have been to move up into the top 5 to get him. And so I'm very curious to kind of see, because there have been now a couple trades, see what was given up for these picks. What do you think they ended up trading? Do you think they ended up trading
maybe another first? It's possible. I can look real quick.
But you can.
I think so. Bears 2021 first round pick, 2021 fifth round pick, and 2022 first round pick, and a 2022 fourth round. So they gave up 2 firsts and a fourth and a fifth.
Wow. Okay.
So
are we able to see what the other picks were?
It was a 2021 first, 2022 first, and then a 2021 fifth, and then a 2022 fourth.
No. Sorry. I mean for well, I guess it's only been one other trade. Never mind. Anyways, we'll focus on that.
I can look that up too. It probably not as much because it was only
it was just 2 spots. Okay.
Yeah. Eagles traded number 12 and number 40 or 84. So
okay.
The first and the third.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
So I like the pick. I think Justin Fields is a gamer.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried that he's not necessarily in a great system with Matt Nagy up there. It's just, I don't know.
Well, I think with Justin Fields, it's going to be very interesting. Obviously, from Kennesaw, Georgia, right in our neck of the woods. I hope he does really well. I think he's going to go to a good division. I think he's going to have every opportunity to succeed, obviously. But it's kind of I agree with you as well. It's going to be one of those situations where I'm very curious to see if the system that is set up around him is going to be beneficial. It's kind of like with being drafted, Trey Lance going to the 49ers. It's like I really like that system. I feel like they know what they're doing. They've got a really good team around them and could be really successful right now. The Bears, they're a couple years away. And so unless if they set up a good foundation around him, I'm very curious to end up seeing how he pans out. Obviously, hope he does really well, just well enough to get the NFC Championship to lose to the Falcons. But I wonder if it's more the Chicago Bears organization. I wonder if they're the New York Jets of the NFC, so to say.
Mm-hmm. That for me, I think Justin Fields is a good football player. His ability to play the position of quarterback is a little inconsistent in my opinion. I felt Mac Jones is the better quarterback on the board.
So I will say, okay, so this is where I would start to disagree, where I would actually rather take Justin Fields over Mac Jones. Because so my thing is when we were talking about the number 3 overall pick, that's super high up. That's a lot of pressure. And if it's between Mac Jones and Justin Fields, I would probably take Mac Jones because I think he is the more polished, probably better quarterback for that system, also for that spot. However, though, the 11th overall pick, now they did end up trading up and getting they ended up giving up another first-round pick. But his ceiling, I think, is significantly higher than Mac Jones. So this is where that pick could really pay off. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But I think going around 11 here, I think it is a great pick for Justin Fields to go. And also, I think the right spot to take a risk in him, so to say.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, and if they think he's the guy, then, I mean, giving up 2 firsts and a 4th and a 5th is nothing. So, I hope he pans out better than some of the other quarterbacks in Chicago Bears recent history. But,
Well, and if you're the Giants, too, you get that first-round pick next year. The Bears could absolutely lay an egg this year. So that could be a really good first-round pick.
The Giants could also absolutely lay an egg. They could have 2 top 10 picks.
They absolutely could have 2 top 10 picks.
Yeah.
They absolutely could.
But I don't know. I like it. I don't know if it's a quarterback I would have taken, but
like I said, I think it's situational. I think at the time. So like if you have the number 3 pick, I would want that. Like I would want that person to potentially come in and start on day 1. I don't think Justin Fields is ready to do that. Same thing. I would say the same thing about Patrick Mahomes when the Chiefs drafted him. I don't know if he was ready just yet.
All right. It looks like they're about to announce the Cowboys pick.
Oh, yeah.
Through Draft-a-thon, we're partnering with Mental Health America to support resources for those that need it.
To give my thoughts real quick, Justin Fields is a good football player. I just hope Chicago gives him the time to develop into the professional quarterback that he can be and don't just throw him into the fire and mess him up the first few years.
Well, Andy Dalton's going to be the starter for sure. It's not going to be like a Tua Ryan Fitzpatrick thing. Andy Dalton is going to be the starter.
Okay.
Feliciano making the Cowboys pick.
All right. Who do you think this is, real quick?
Best defensive player available is probably Micah Parsons or Jalen Phillips.
Sean Lee did just retire. So – all right. If you're the Chargers, you absolutely love it. If you're the Chargers, you couldn't be happy.
It's probably best case scenario for the Los Angeles Chargers. Now, let's talk about Micah Parsons here real quick. I agree. Sean Lee did just retire. I don't think he had too much of an impact. I think for the Cowboys, but still, that is a defensive spot that you need to fill. And in that division, you're going to want to get after the quarterback. You're going to have a slow Ryan Fitzpatrick. You're going to have a pretty fast Daniel Jones and the fast Jalen Hurts. But all those teams have flaws, and if you can get a good, solid defense, I think Dan Quinn is going to really like this guy. He does remind me a little bit of a Deion Jones. I don't know if he's as good in pass protection, so to say, but
He can do it all. He can do
well,
it
but
all.
he's much better getting to the quarterback than Deion Jones. I think Deion Jones might be a better all-around linebacker. And for those that don't know, Deion Jones is the Falcons' middle linebacker, the star defensive player for when Dan Quinn was the head coach. Now Dan Quinn as defensive coordinator, I think this is a good pick for him. I think it kind of resembles Deion Jones in some good ways, but I also think he adds a much better pass rush to that defense. So I think this defense is shaping up to be something similar that Dan Quinn is going to be looking for.
Okay. See, I like the pick. He's a versatile linebacker. I think they kind of get the best of both worlds out of an edge rusher and a linebacker because he can get to the quarterback. He can drop down into coverage. He's athletic, and he's very, very good on the field.
Yeah.
The biggest concerns, and honestly probably the reason that he fell as far as he did, is he has some off-the-field character issues that people have talked about pre-draft. And so that is a concern.
And him being in Dallas, though, that's always been a pretty good organization, I feel like, on keeping those guys in check. And also, you're going to arguably the most popular organization. So there's going to be a lot of resources and stuff out there to help him out and make sure that he is the best that he can be. And I think it's going to be a good – I think it's going to be a good situation for him. I mean, seeing some of these highlights, he's so explosive off the ball. He's going to add a different edge to that Dan Quinn defense. And if this defense could be mediocre, the Cowboys should win that division.
Yeah. Oh no, easily.
I mean, the Eagles are in a rebuild. I don't think that they're going to be that great. The Redskins are going to have the best defense, but are they going to be able to put up points? In a way where they're going to be able to, I guess, really kind of keep up with some of these teams. So it's going to be very interesting. I think that the Cowboys, if they can get this defense into the right situation and make them just mediocre at best, their offense is going to be successful as long as Dak Prescott stays healthy.
Yeah, no, I agree. All right, I am going to take a quick beverage break. I will be right back here in a second, and so stick with us. All right, we are back here at the Tracy Take. It looks like the Chargers pick is in, and they will be announcing it shortly.
I mean, so not to kind of keep going down groupthink where we differ on certain things, but is there any way this is not Rashawn Slater?
Somebody's trying to get fired, maybe. That is their biggest glaring need. You saw what happened to Joe Burrow last year, and I get that the Bengals didn't pick Penei Sewell, but they had good reason not to.
Yeah.
Here, there is no weapon that is left, in my opinion. There is no defensive player that's really going to make that big of a difference in their front seven with Melvin Ingram, Joey Bosa, Kenneth Murray, Derwin James when he's healthy. So for me, I think you protect Justin Herbert, you get Rashawn Slater, and then you can fill in the pieces throughout the rest of the draft, and then try and compete as much as you can in the division next year.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I mean, and I think you look at Justin Herbert's stat. I think he was top 5 in passing yards last year, or top 7.
Yeah.
15
Top
15
5,
games. He was top 5 in 15 games played. Like, dude's got some game, and he can run as well. So
yeah.
And the Chiefs are vulnerable. Teams last year showed that they are vulnerable, and their defense is not as cracked up as it seems to be. So I'm very curious to see how the Chargers do, because some teams could make some moves. I think Denver now. I don't know with Patrick Surtain pick maybe. I think Denver is still kind of in a rebuild since they're going with Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock at quarterback. Could it improve? Absolutely. The Raiders could 100% be competitive. They started off really strong, but it seemed like they kind of fell off towards the end. But the Chargers, I think they can win that division. I really do. I was very pleased and surprised to see how they played last year, and they were really fun to watch. And so, but that means that they need to protect Justin Herbert. They need to protect his blind side. They need to increase their presence. But now let's go to our guest analyst, Rue. Rue, what do you think?
Rue, what do you think?
Here, let me see. I'll get him.
Oh. Rue was feeling a little sad that I wasn't petting her.
Eddie.
Even though I pet you for 2 hours before the draft tonight. Oh, wow. Even some commentary there.
Even some commentary.
I know. Wow. I think Rue agrees. Rue says you got to protect the yard and do your circles with your offensive line. Make sure there's no squirrels getting back there. So yeah. I think Rashawn Slater is the clear pick here.
I think so as well.
Man, Addy is talented. Giving commentary and everything.
I don't know, man. I think I'd be more shocked with this pick if they didn't pick Rashawn Slater than the Bengals not taking Penei Sewell.
But see, I wasn't that shocked that the Bengals didn't take Penei Sewell.
Well, I agree. After but I think Penei Sewell was the correct pick, so to say. But Jamar Chase was the right pick. I guess, does that make sense? Jamar Chase, I think, is a better player. If you're talking about an impact player that can add points on the board effectively immediately now, yes. Penei Sewell, though, I think was the correct pick, though, because you want Joe Burrow to have he's your franchise quarterback. You're picking a number 1 last year for a reason and a number 5 here for a reason as well. So, yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to see. But with this, though, it's looking like it's going to be Rashawn Slater.
The Los Angeles Chargers select Rashawn Slater Jr., tackle, Northwestern.
All right, we were a little late there, but they kind of snuck up on us. They were showing the Chargers draft room first.
They did kind of sneak up on us. I don't know what that was.
But, yeah, no, I think that's the right pick. I mean, you have to protect Justin Herbert. You spent the 5th overall pick or 7th overall pick on him last year. You have to put some precedent on buying insurance and protecting him. And, man, he went up against one of the best defensive end prospects we've seen in a while in Chase Young and absolutely dominated. I think he will have no problem doing that at the next level. And I think he's going to be a part of this Los Angeles offensive line for a long, long time.
Yeah. So. Yeah. I agree as well. I think that if you are the Chargers, you are just absolutely like, how did he fall this far?
Yeah.
And like this is absolutely, I think this is probably one of the easiest decisions, I think, so far tonight, probably next to Jacksonville. Because you've had like, this guy's still here and we need to protect our quarterback. So,
yeah,
we'll absolutely take him. Now it's he was a guy that both of us kind of had fallen down to the Chargers, and we've talked a lot about it. But now when it comes to the Vikings, I know we've mentioned Christian Darrisaw as a potential option on offensive line, but something feels like they might go with the best defensive player, and that might be Jalen Phillips. I think Jalen Phillips.
They got rid of Unique Ngakoue, who was supposed to go alongside Daniil Hunter, and it just didn't work out. Like, I don't know. They ended up trading him halfway through the season to the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
For me, that makes sense. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, the one of the best linebackers still on the board, also makes sense. Christian Darrisaw makes sense. They need help protecting Kirk Cousins. I think they need help to give guys like Adam Thielen time to let his routes develop. But I'm gonna go with Kwity Paye, the edge defender from Michigan. I think they'll go with Kwity Paye here. I'm not gonna put any bets on it, but
I think I think that'd be a great pick. I think I'm just feeling right now that I don't think that they could go wrong either way. I think that they actually both be better than Christian Darrisaw as immediate impact to the Vikings overall performance in next year. Because also, if you're looking at it, you want to have, especially now that they just drafted Justin Fields, you're going to want to have a guy that can go after the quarterback over the next decade, so to say, supposedly. And so having
the Vikings just traded the pick to the Jets.
What?
Yeah.
What if the Jets take Mac Jones?
Be kind of messed up.
To the Jets.
I will say that the Patriots, now that the Jets traded up, the Patriots will have access to, in my opinion, the third best quarterback in this draft.
Yeah. Are you thinking that that's where they go? Because the Jets aren't going to be taking them. The Jets are not taking Mac Jones. Who are the Jets drafting here?
Maybe Christian Darrisaw or Elijah Vera Tucker.
I can see Elijah Vera Tucker. What if they go Najee Harris? Or Travis Etienne?
See, I am actually not that high on Najee Harris. I didn't have him in the first round in any of our mock drafts.
Well, I would say it's just like the only difference between Travis Etienne and Najee Harris, which might be why Travis Etienne is a little bit higher on my board than Najee Harris, so to say, because he's a 3-down back and is a much better route runner. But a good running back is solely dependent on the offensive line that is in front of you, so to say. Like, if you look at Derrick Henry is the best running back in the league right now. The Titans' offensive line wasn't so dominant. He would not have run for 2,000 yards last year. Now, don't get me wrong.
I 100% agree.
Derrick Henry got more yards than the average running back would have gotten just from pure will. But at the same time, though, you just on an average play, you need an offensive line to create holes for you. And Najee Harris has that comparison to Derrick Henry.
He's not as big, though. He's not nearly as big.
He's not nearly as big, but he has that kind of fall forward. He's going to keep driving his legs. He's gonna hit you head on. You know, Travis Etienne seems more kind of like a Swifty, little Saquon Barkley type.
No,
of
Travis
running back.
Etienne seems like Jonathan Taylor to me. He's a mix of size and speed.
Yeah.
For me,
That's good.
Najee
That's good
Harris, Najee Harris actually, like, not to just totally poop on Najee Harris, but
No, you're
he
good.
reminds me of Trent Richardson a little bit. So, you want to hear a funny stat?
Go ahead.
Najee Harris only had like 3 rushes over 20 yards this year.
Really?
Yeah. Alabama's offensive line win rate was over 75%, which was like by far the highest percent of any offensive line in college right now. Like,
Yeah.
best.
Well, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, to me, that shows that he kind of lacks explosiveness through the hole, and he struggles to really get outside the tackles. And a lot of the big plays that he actually got were from like swing passes, screen plays, where he had blockers in front of him. And so for me, I actually don't even – I think he's like my 3rd or 4th running back on the board. I like Chuba Hubbard and Michael Carter actually ahead of Najee Harris for that reason. Because I think he can be a solid back. To me, he's not a 3rd down back, but he's not an elite 1st or 2nd down back. He's not a guy that really like scares me down the field. Like, he might get 10 yards, but he's not going to take it to the house on a 60-yard run.
Yeah. No, and that's a good point. I'd be curious to see the stat of how many carries did he have in between that 10 and 20-yard range. Because as long as he's hitting those holes and he's able to see those creases that the line's making him, then I think, because if you're a running back, yeah, it's great. It's great if you can go break an 80-yard run. But at the same time, though, when those happen, a lot of that is also a breakdown of the defense as well. So as long as he's – with Trent Richardson, for example, he had – there were clear examples of him just missing like wide open holes.
He had problems up here with hitting holes and running through contact. Like he had problems in between the ears with that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think that it's Najee Harris has those kind of problems. To me, I don't know if he has the actual explosiveness to hit and burst through a hole and run through contact.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And you're going to need that for, well, heck, everything. Oh, here, so this is what the trade, 14th overall pick Jets get, and then the 2021 4th-round pick, while the Vikings get the 23rd overall pick and 2 third-round picks for this year. So I'm very curious.
That's it?
Yeah. But, unless they're going Caleb Farley or, because –
So my thing is now, there's not a huge difference between the 14th pick and the 24th pick because there are guys at every position that are really kind of pretty similar now. You're not going to get a top 10 guy. Well, all right, here's the Jets' 14th pick.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 14th pick to the New York Jets. With the 14th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Elijah Vera Tucker.
Okay. Makes sense. I did kind of talk about it. I think they're going to try and protect Zach Wilson the best they can.
Yeah.
And he has the flexibility to play all 5 positions across the line. He has a little bit shorter arms for an offensive tackle at this level.
He's probably going to be a guard. He'd probably be moved to guard. And so, and then honestly, and this one of the things that we talked about when we did the AFC East was the kind of the ability they had the 23rd pick to see who was best available. And then because they have the 34th overall pick in the 2nd round. So if they're really trying to get a running back or if they're trying to get a receiver for him to throw to, there's going to be options there. So I really actually kind of like this pick to go up, get the guy that you like. They like Elijah Vera Tucker. They need to protect Zach Wilson. I think this is actually – I like the aggressiveness because that's one thing that you've been preaching this entire offseason, so to say, has been if there's a guy that you like, go out and get him. Go get that guy. And the Jets had the pick.
That was in reference to quarterbacks, though. When I said
Well,
that.
but still, though, you got your quarterback, and now there's a guy here that they like, and it's they're showing film of him now playing guard, and he's a big guard that can help protect not only Zach Wilson but also create holes and work within that offensive line. So
especially in a division that likes to rush.
Yeah, yeah. So, and this is one of the things I think that the Jets really needed to focus on was that just setting up the foundation of winning the trenches. That's one of the things with Sam Darnold. They did not set him up for success at all. They had a horrible offensive line, and they lost the trench battles every single week. It felt like. So, getting this guy, and I like what I see out of him as well, just from watching film. I think is going to be a phenomenal offensive guard. I think this is a great pickup. I think this is the guy that you go up and get, and it only costs them 2 third-round picks to go get their guy. Honestly,
I do like it. For me, I like how do I say it? I think it solidifies that offensive line for them. The NFC East is a division that likes to rush, and they like to try to apply pressure on the quarterback. So they're going to solidify Zach Wilson's blind side. They're going to give him the tools that he needs to succeed. And for me, I hate to say it, but I think the Jets made a smart pick for once.
No, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. If you want me to say it, I can say it.
The New England Patriots pick is in. So, do you think it's going to be Mac Jones?
Well, I'll ask you. You're the Patriots fan.
I'm not going to be upset if it's Mac Jones. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I might get a little excited. Yeah, well, they're doing like their charity thing right now. Yeah.
Thank you for your service to our country.
Guys, I would be okay with Mac Jones, Jalen Phillips, Zaven Collins, Kadarius Toney. Guys, I'd be okay with.
You know,
2021
hold up.
NFL Draft, the 6-time world champion New England Patriots select Mac Jones.
Very nice.
All right.
Do you think they told Cam Newton before they made that pick? No, I'm just joking. They probably didn't. I don't think they care.
I'm happy. I like it.
I think for the value that you're getting, at the 15th overall pick, I think that is like. And then also too, you're making comparisons to him about potentially being the next Tom Brady. I think he's got the idea, and he's got the mindset of being that guy. He's walking like a military man the way he's walking.
Well, he looks pissed, in my opinion. I think he was expecting to go third, and then he fell 12 more picks for the Patriots. Wow. I mean, I think he had a chip on his shoulder. I think I don't know. I'm satisfied. He played at the highest level of competition. He throws with great anticipation. They just showed a highlight. He's willing to stand in the pocket and get hit. I think he's athletic enough. I think his arm is strong enough. And for everything that I've heard is he understands the game better than anybody in this class. So I think he'll be able to come in, sit behind Cam Newton for a year, and then he'll be able to do everything that the Patriots ask him to next year.
Yeah. I think so as well. And also, I mean, if you're looking at the guy that All right, if you want to go to an organization as a rookie quarterback, try and be successful. I mean, I don't think there's anyone better than the New England Patriots. They're going to give him every single opportunity to succeed. If the Patriots are picking you with your first round pick, they want you to be the guy that comes in after.
It's never happened before.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So they obviously see something in him and want him to go be the guy that they're looking for. And I think it can be it. Josh McDaniels has spent several decades working with a guy who is less athletic than him and probably has the same amount of physical tools as Mac Jones, and got him 6 Super Bowls out of it. So if there's a guy that is as similar to what the old – 3 Super Bowls. Yeah. How long has Josh McDaniels been with the Patriots?
I think he first started there 10 or 11 years ago, and then he accepted the head coaching job at Denver. That didn't go well, so then he came back.
Okay, yeah. So physically, if we are going to compare any one of these quarterbacks to Tom Brady, Mac Jones is the most similar, I think. And just off the physical tools, we don't know what the type, like what his mental kind of, I guess, attrition is. The same as Tom Brady. Tom Brady is I've never seen anything like it. A guy that would just keep going and going and going. But if Mac Jones could come in, I think on week 1 and potentially start for you guys, honestly. And I think he'll learn, and he's been successful. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see. And also, he was in a Nick Saban type college regime and organization, very similar to the Bill Belichick
offense.
And the Steve Sarkisian offense, yeah. So.
Well,
I will say some of our fans are asking if you're happy with this pick.
Yeah. The tears are from the drink going down the wrong pipe, but yeah, I'm happy. I mean, look, it's a first-round quarterback, and they don't necessarily have the best track records, but in my opinion, I think he's the 3rd best quarterback in this class. I would take him over Justin Fields and Trey Lance 10 times out of 10.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think he's a good decision maker, which is more important than any physical attribute. And I don't know. I like the pick. Oh, the Cardinals are picking.
The Arizona Cardinals select Zayden Collins.
Oh,
I like that guy. I like it.
I like it too.
I've been high on Zayden Collins since the beginning. I think he's going to be. I think he's going to be spectacular.
2nd linebacker off the board, 3rd or 4th defensive player, I think.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's about right.
So, I mean, I like it. I think that's a really good pick.
Well, I think it's going to be. I think that is I was honestly hoping that people wouldn't recognize Zayden Collins and that he'd fall all the way down to the Falcons of the 2nd round pick, so to say. But I mean, he's got so much talent. I personally, honestly, I like him a little bit better than Micah Parsons. I think Micah Parsons can pass rush a little bit better. However, though, Zayden Collins is everything else just as well, if not a little bit better than Micah Parsons. I think this is a great pick.
No, I 100% agree. Physical tools on this guy are limitless.
Yeah.
I mean, 6'4", 250. He can run a 4.4. He has good hands for anybody, not just a linebacker. And that's a great pick. I think it adds another layer of depth to their defense. It'll actually kind of, in a way, help cover up the loss of Patrick Peterson.
And that's something I think that they can address a little bit later on in the draft as well. It's because there are some. This cornerback class is also pretty deep. There are several Georgia cornerbacks, Tyson Campbell and Eric Stokes, that might be available around their 2nd pick if they would want to address the cornerback position there if they're still available. But Zaven Collins, I think this is a guy that can instantly come in and change your defense. Also, if you want to talk about a guy that is hungry, that is absolutely hungry, it is going to be this guy right here. I think Tulsa was the only D1 college to give him any type of scholarship. He is going to come in, and I think he works hard. He's got 4 years of solid football in the AAC where there's a lot of good competition. I think David Collins, and they're showing all just how athletic he is. He played what looks like every single sport in high school. So this guy is super athletic, and I think he's a gamer, man. I think he's going to do really well here in Arizona. So I think he's going to come in and help change this defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree. They need to play better defense in that division. They have a tough schedule against the Rams, Seahawks, and 49ers. And so having a guy that can play all 3 downs and be effective on all 3 downs is a very huge piece. So one of the most versatile players in this draft.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And so let me see. I'm trying to think now. We have the Raiders that are on the clock.
Sorry, not to go back in the draft, but I still can't believe the Patriots drafted a quarterback.
Well, man, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, and that's another thing too, especially if the Patriots. I mean, it's Bill Belichick is running that regime, and he's like, "Hey, this kid's got game. I think we can do some stuff with this kid." I think that's going to be a good pick. That's going to be.
It's going to pay dividends.
That you're going to be very excited about over the next couple of years. I know that's a lot. I mean, saying he's going to be the next Tom Brady, that's asking for a lot because no one's like the next Tom Brady. But if he could be half of what Tom Brady was.
Well, I was going to say Tom Brady may not be a fair comparison. Matt Ryan, to me, is. Coming out of college, Matt Ryan was a semi-athletic quarterback that had a pretty good arm that could read defenses really well. And to me, that's what Mac Jones is. And the Patriots don't necessarily have the overall weapons that Matt Ryan did coming into the NFL. Like, they don't have a Roddy White. They don't have a Julio Jones. But we can get those. Those are –
Well, I will say that's one of the potential trade options that we talked about earlier. I think this was off camera, but if Julio Jones being traded, the Falcons need to create cap space. The Patriots are trying to get rid of Stephen Gilmore. The Falcons need a quarterback. I mean, that would be a trade that would work for both parties involved. It's a win-win situation for everyone. And then you get a veteran receiver coming in for when Mac Jones is starting probably next year. I hope he's next year and Cam Newton gets out of there because then that's going to be a veteran receiver that Mac Jones can throw to and get some serious value or some valuable playing time with.
Mm-hmm. I also like the fact New England did not have to trade up for him.
Yeah.
So we saved draft capital this draft. I think that is a great pick by New England and almost as good of a pick by Arizona.
Almost as good of a pick by Arizona.
A little biased, but
honestly, I'm looking back.
Jersey now.
Yeah, it is true. Yeah, you'll have to get one of that. Yeah. Do you think there's going to be a number 12, Mac Jones?
No. Oh, he's number 10.
Oh, he's number. Okay, that's what I'll be then. Yeah. I'm looking back.
No one will ever be number 12 in that jersey ever again.
Only picks I'm not really liking so far is kind of the 2 cornerbacks that have been taken. Well, I like Patrick Surtain. J.C. Horn, I'm still a little iffy about by the Panthers. All the other picks, everything's kind of fallen into place for every team, and I think it's been good, aggressive plays by each team involved.
To cut you off, it looks like the Raiders are about to announce their pick. Who do you have off the board here? We don't have time for that.
Go ahead.
With the 17th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Alex Leatherwood, tackle, Alabama.
Interesting pick. A guy who kind of fell out of the first round on a lot of people's mock drafts.
And by a lot of people, we mean ours. We both.
No. A lot of people.
I know, yeah. Yeah, in our initial mock draft, I think we both had Alex Leatherwood around this time, but his senior day performance didn't really seem that great. And so I think it just kind of he lost his draft stock a little bit. Well, what we thought, but apparently not. So, but that being said, though, I like the position pick. The Raiders needed offensive line help, and so if they felt there's a lot of guys that they could have taken here, they could have taken Dylan Redunza, Tevin Jenkins from Oklahoma State, Liam Eichenberg. There's a lot of guys that they could have taken, and they ended up going with Alex Leatherwood. So they obviously clearly saw something that they liked about him. So he obviously did have a lot of talent. He was on a very good Alabama team and played on essentially what's going to be essentially a future NFL team, because you're looking at 2 wide receivers, a running back, 2 quarterbacks now that are going to be coming off the team. Eventually, their center is going to be picked here shortly. So I don't know. What are your overall thoughts on this pick?
So I like it. I think Alex Leatherwood is one of those guys. He's not going to test well.
That's fair. I like that.
But he's going to play well.
Yeah.
And so for me, I think people there's a lot of time in between the end of the season and the draft. Alex Leatherwood won the award, I think, for the best offensive tackle in the country. He was originally projected as number 3 or 4 in the tackle class. And he kind of fell down people's boards because he didn't necessarily test well. He wasn't the most athletic guy. But sometimes athleticism isn't the main factor in this position. It's efficiency, being able to move your feet and stay on balance, not having any wasted movement. And for me, that's Alex Leatherwood. He's a guy, he was a captain at Alabama, which I think says a lot about his character. And in a young team in I almost said Oakland, in Las Vegas, I think that's a good thing to have. And so I like it. I think it's a good overall pick. And I think it'll help Derek Carr and the Raiders be better next year. I mean, so all right. So the Dolphins are up next. Before we continue on, do you have anything else to say about Alex Leatherwood?
No, kind of the same. I think it's good positional pick. I hope he does really well and can come in. I will say, if you're going to go to a coach that's not Bill Belichick that you'd want to go play for, John Gruden is, I think, the next one. So just with his respect and I think his pedigree within the NFL, it's going to be a fun organization to go to. Also, he's going to be able to go live in Vegas. That's going to be pretty fun. But now, kind of moving on to Miami, their second overall pick. What's interesting about this is we've already seen it a couple times, one of the debates that we've been having, and it seems like teams are going that have an early second-round pick, but need both an offensive tackle and a receiver. They have been actually going more with the receiver end. Is the pick in here?
Yeah, they're announcing it.
2021 NFL Draft. The Miami Dolphins select Jalen Phillips. Defensive end.
Hey, I got that one right in our mock draft.
You all have to move.
Did I?
No.
No, I had Travis Etienne. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I think that's a very good pick. I can tell because as a New England fan, I'm upset that they drafted Jalen Phillips.
I think he's the best one. I remember going into the offseason, they're talking about Gregory Rousseau as being the best defensive end. And I don't know. I think Jalen Phillips was the better one. I think just on tape, you look at his stats. He did end up playing last year, and he improved his stats as well.
If you look at QB pressures, he has much more than sacks. And honestly, QB pressures are just as important because that's disruptive plays that causes a quarterback to throw off platform and causes a quarterback to leave the pocket or lets another player get a sack. So, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. I was just reading it on on the TV. But yeah, I like this pick by Miami. I mean, I think Miami is in the absolute dream spot with all the trades that they have been doing. I mean, now Jamar Chase, sorry, not Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle as their number 6 pick. And then now you come in with Jalen Phillips. And then they're going to have another pick here at the beginning of tomorrow with their second round pick. And they're going to get another solid player right then. So I like both of these picks personally. Jalen Phillips, I think, is going to be a great addition, I think, on the defensive end, especially in a division where they're going to have to get after it. Josh Allen, Cam Newton, and Zach Wilson are all fast quarterbacks, and they're going to need some fast guys coming off the edge. And get someone to set that edge so then those cornerbacks can't get on the outside and make something happen. It's going to be huge. I think Jalen Phillips could do that.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think it improves that defense like a ton. They have a good run defense, but they didn't necessarily have a great pass rush. And they just released Kyle Van Noy. And now I think this kind of makes that move warranted because now they have an extra space on the edge. Because Jalen Phillips can play 3-4 defensive end or 4-3 defensive end. He can play standing up. He can even probably cover a linebacker or cover a running back coming out of the backfield and play that linebacker role. And so for me, I think he's a good versatile piece that Brian Flores is really, really going to like down there. So,
yeah. No, I honestly think it's going to be a great fit, and he's not going that far. He's going right down the road. So, as a University of Miami graduate. So, I think it's going to be interesting. Now, kind of moving on to Washington now with the 19th overall pick. Kind of curious to see where they go here because what's so funny?
No. Rue, I was sitting here and my dog Rue just came up and I was sitting with my arms in my lap and she put her nose like right in between my elbow and my side. It was just
yeah, no, Addie and Emma do that all the time as well. It's funny. But with Washington, I don't know. So offensively, like I could see them going receiver here. I don't think they'll take a quarterback. They obviously won't take a quarterback now. But I can maybe see the first receiver of the second wave of receivers kind of come off the board here.
Kadarius Toney, Rashad Bateman.
Terrace Marshall Jr. potentially. So any defensive players you think that they might take, like a Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah by chance?
I think Kwity Paye across from – well, they already have 4 first-round picks on that front line. I don't know. Caleb Farley is still on the board. Christian Darrisaw, an offensive tackle, is still on the board as well. Maybe they could kind of create an environment for a young quarterback to come into after this year. And then other than that, I think another pass catcher. I think they're going to go Caleb Farley, Christian Darrisaw, or their favorite pass catcher available. So
I feel like their favorite pass catcher might be the one that they end up going to. But that being said, though, I think it is kind of in this position best player available in their mind because you don't want to reach for a receiver when you've got an abundance amount of receivers that are right behind you. So, and they're not trading the pick obviously because I see the pick is in now. So they were going to find out here in a second.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna go final prediction. Christian Darrisaw is my final prediction. Yeah, I think they're gonna.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I think they're gonna try and replace Trent Williams in a first round tackle with Christian Darrisaw and try to create a good environment for another young QB after Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go on the opposite side of the ball and go with who I ended up picking. Oh, it was going to be picked in this spot, but by Denver in our mock draft. But I'm going to go with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Okay.
He's going to be my guy here. So should be coming up here soon. once this commercial is done.
Yeah, it looks like the commissioner is walking out right now. I will go ahead.
At number 19.
With the 19th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team selects Jamin Davis, linebacker, Kentucky.
So I got the position right.
You did, yeah, you did.
Right.
That is an interesting pick to me. Jamin Davis, the linebacker out of Kentucky, he's a very athletic, hard-hitting linebacker. I had him midday two pick. But
well, he's someone I noticed, especially when looking at mock drafts this past week. He's someone whose stock draft, whose draft stock, kind of started to skyrocket towards this week. Really, a lot of people started to project him in the first round as well, and this is kind of that spot because then I guess really when you look at Jamin Davis and then you look at who I said Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, you see how big of a difference there is there. So. Between those two guys, because at this point, then it might be scheme fits. It might be: do you want a big, hard-hitting linebacker, or do you want a skinnier, more versatile linebacker to kind of go with?
Yeah, that can drop back more into coverage and do that.
Yeah,
yeah. So I agree. Owusu-Koramoah is pretty versatile too. I think he will end up being taken here in the first round. But I don't know. See, so this is probably the first guy that I really have not watched a ton of. I know who he is and where he's from, but this is the first guy that I don't really know that well.
I would say watching the SEC football, he definitely caused a havoc for a lot of offenses and a lot of. He was probably the best linebacker, obviously the best linebacker on the team for Kentucky, but. They're showing now he's able to do it all. He's able to stop the run, but like you said, he's able to drop back into coverage. That's one of the things that they might have felt that Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah or some of the other linebackers that they could have taken here felt like they couldn't do as well. And so it might be going more with the versatility, especially then if you look at that defense with Washington. They don't need to rush five guys or more to get to the quarterback. They've got a solid front four. So you're going to want linebacker to drop back into coverage. And if they feel like he's the best guy to do it, then he's going to be a great fit for that defense and that's what makes that defense so tough is they can get at the quarterback with four guys. And then that's what we saw when the Redskins played or with Washington played Tampa. They were able to get at Tom Brady with just the four guys. It made it kind of difficult for them to move the ball down the field at times because then they drop back seven. And Jamin Davis, I think, can move can drop back into coverage and play much better, I think, than some of the other quarterbacks. I think he's kind of a cornerback linebacker hybrid, so to say, instead of the big beefy type of Ray Lewis type linebacker. You know what I mean? Yeah,
no. I agree. But overall I like the pick. I think it's a good complement pick to what they already have. I don't know if it's necessarily the best player available.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good complement to what they have, like I said.
Yeah.
That is actually the first player. So I am looking at my original top 100 that I made pre-draft. I think it's the same one you have, Tyler. And that is the first player that is actually not on this top 100.
Jamin Davis?
Yeah, I don't think he's on here.
Yeah. Well, the top 100, I remember the top 100 that we both started looking at, I think, was right as the Super Bowl ended. And so once when I think more film started to be watched and more people started to kind of see him perform as well. That's when his draft stock started to go up. And a couple other people started to fall down, so to say.
Mm-hmm.
So, but with the Giants pick here, who do you think that they're going to be taking with this pick? I feel like they need receivers, and so maybe this could be where we see another receiver come off the board?
Start of the second.
Yeah.
It's on the TV right now, but I was just about to say I think Kwity Paye is, in my opinion, he's the most NFL ready pass rusher. Him and Jalen Phillips were my top two, and I think that secondary outperformed their expectations last year, and I think adding a pass rusher will help them continue to play well in this upcoming season. And so I think Kwity Paye is the right pick right here.
Okay. All right. I like that. I feel like if I was going to go on the other side of the ball here, I think take one of the receivers here because they do have a little bit older receiving core. And I'm not sure. I think they even had let a couple guys go, Golden Tates, so to say. Did New York get the pick in time?
Yeah, the pick is in.
Oh, okay. The clock restarted and went a little bit longer than I thought. But I absolutely could see Kwity Paye here going with the on the other side of the ball, so to say. Another good option, I think, if they wanted to go maybe offensive line, there are some good offensive linemen here to help protect Daniel Jones and protect Saquon Barkley as well.
Christian Darrisaw is still on the board. Tevin Jenkins is still on the board.
Tevin Jenkins, Dylan Redonza.
If they want to go interior offensive line, Christian Barmore is still on the board. So there's a few guys. Well, I said if they want to go defensive line, Christian Barmore.
Okay. I thought you said interior.
Interior defensive line.
Okay, I got you now.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Giants are definitely one of those teams that they do have a lot of needs. Luckily, they're in a weak division, so they could still make the playoffs technically. But
we do have a comment here real quick. I'll just go ahead and show it so you can see it.
We will get to that in a second. Actually, so, we're almost there.
I will say, if Christian Darrisaw is still there, that would be a great pick for the Colts.
That would be a good pick.
That'd be tremendous value for where they're picking. Darrisaw was a top 3 offensive tackle, and to get him at 22 would be fantastic.
21, yeah,
21. Okay, yeah. So if he can fall one more spot, then
it's possible. I mean, it's the.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Kadarius Toney.
That's what I was saying. They had an old receiving core and like they did not re-sign Golden Tate and giving Daniel Jones a young option, a speedy option to throw to. I kind of like that pick. I think we're seeing him the first of the second wave of receivers go off the board.
To me, I think that's right where I kind of had him ranked. I had him ranked as the fourth, 3.5, 3B. Him and Jalen Waddle to me are pretty similar. I think Kadarius Toney isn't quite as elusive, but he's a better natural hands catcher, and Jalen Waddle was a more elusive and a better special teams player than Kadarius Toney was, but he doesn't quite have the same hands. He's a little bit more of a body catcher. I do like the pick. I think he adds an element to that game because they have Kenny Golladay on the outside, who's a big body wide receiver, and Kadarius Toney is a 5'11", 200-pound kind of running back that catches, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
So.
And they're showing his highlights now, and he just absolutely ran by the Alabama receiver in this one set. He looks super quick. I personally like that pick as a team and also as a scheme setup, kind of as what you were saying. And the Giants, they could have gone a lot of different options. And I feel like if you're gonna go with a player, we've already talked about Kwity Paye a little bit with some potential injury concerns, which I think is why he kept falling as well. And so I think going with Kadarius Toney here, a guy who's a speedster that fits your scheme really well. And it's also looking like, I didn't realize this, but he also does special teams as well. So that could also be a huge benefit.
Very good punt and kick returner. And he's elusive. He's a hard guy to tackle. He plays with a very good center of gravity, and he plays through contact very well. So
that's what helps about being 5'11". Low center of gravity, really hard to tackle. And And in that division too, with really the only defense that's really solid, like confirmed solid, is going to be Washington. Dallas, verdict's still out. But I really like that pick. I think I honestly think it's a little bit better pick than going defense. I think they could find some better value. The
Later
Giants
on.
can later on. Yeah. So,
yeah, because they also pick near the top of the second round as well.
so that 43rd or something like that, 43rd or 44th overall.
Yeah, no. So I think that's a good pick, or a good place to maybe pick a defender.
Yeah.
So up next is the Colts. As we just kind of talked about, Anthony Costanzo, their left tackle, retired. And if I am an offensive tackle, a left tackle coming into this draft, the Colts might be the best place that I could imagine going.
Because if you want to talk about immediate success or opportunity to go be successful, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, they have 4 solid starters on the offensive line, and then the left tackle is the only place that they really have a hole that needs to be filled. So for me, I think this place is set up for success. They have tons of weapons. T.Y. Hilton. I'm a huge fan of Michael Pittman Jr., Jack Doyle, and is it Eric Swope? Is that their tight end?
I can't remember.
Oh no, sorry, it's Mo Alley Cox. Mo Alley Cox is their tight end, and then Jonathan Taylor is a beast. I mean, top 10 running back in the league right now, if not top 5. And so you're going to get to pass block for Carson Wentz and a very effective passing attack, and you're going to get to run block for a top running back in the league. And so I feel like that to me is just a dream situation for a guy coming out of college. I think they're going to win that division, not with ease, but
whatever is next to ease.
Yeah, whatever is next to ease, I feel like. But you're going to come into a good team in a very good situation. I think Christian Darrisaw is the pick here.
Christian Darrisaw,
or Tevin Jenkins.
That was going to be the other name that I threw in there as well. Tevin Jenkins has been.
You've been Jenkins?
I've been Jenkins. Yeah, I've been Jenkins.
No, Jenkins.
Jenkins, yeah.
The pick is in, so the Colts are going to pick here at 21.
They're going to pick here at 21. I like either one of those guys because I do agree that finding someone in that tackle position, because it's one of those, it's the perfect spot. A guy did fall to that to what you guys are looking for. And there's a guy there that is going to be great value at that pick. And you can still find other guards and other tackles later on in this draft that might be able to help out and provide some depth as well to help out with the rookie left tackle. Now, I wonder if he will come in immediately at left tackle or maybe have right tackle move to left tackle and then kind of get his bearings and game speed down as the season progresses and then move him over to left tackle.
I think it's just going to depend on where they want to play him, or on one, where they want to play him, and 2, how well he does in camp, to determine what side of the line he's going to play on. One of the things too is with such a dynamic offense that the Colts have developed and drafted good players, it is going to take some of the pressure off of the offensive line because they're not going to be able to. Defenses aren't going to be able to run blitzes as much, and they're going to have to play almost contain, especially now that they're not going up against Phillip Rivers, who can't get outside the pocket. They're playing against Carson Wentz, who can definitely torch some defenses on the ground. So,
one of the nice things that too I do like about Christian Darrisaw as well is he is also a proven run blocker as well. And with how successful Jonathan Taylor was last year and is going to be, barring injury this year, you want to have a good offensive lineman that is also a good run blocker as well. So I absolutely think that Christian Darrisaw would be a great pick here, but definitely just addressing that tackle position, with whichever guy they feel is the better player is necessary right now.
Yeah, no, definitely. Do you see them going anywhere outside of offensive line? I mean, they don't need a running back. They're pretty good on receiving weapons. If they're in love with a defender, maybe, but their linebacking core is pretty good.
How do they feel about their safety position?
They're young. Secondary is very, very young. Rock Ya-Sin from Temple was a rookie last year. I'm not entirely sure on safety. The thing is with safety is I feel like they might be able to address it later in the draft. Guys like Jamar Johnson, who's from Indiana.
Yeah, that would be a good pick. I do like him.
Is a good pick. So I don't know. I feel like safety they may be able to address later. Not that they won't be able to do tackle later, but I just feel like right now tackle probably has the best value. So
yeah, it definitely seems like more of a priority. But I don't know. I guess we'll have to see here. So what are we want?
With the 21st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Kwity Paye, defensive end.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Well, to me that's a good pick.
I think that's a good pick as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I think with the value with where he was being like a couple months ago, where he was predicted to be at to now, I think taking him 21st overall, and they absolutely could. I mean, this is a pretty deep offensive tackle class, and that's something that they could address later on.
Yeah. And so for me, I think he is the most NFL ready pass rusher. And also too, you got to think you're going to pair him up with who's the guy they just traded for from San Francisco? DeForest Buckner. You're going to pair him up with that. And that's a good tandem right now, let alone when Kwity Paye develops. And so I also think it's going to cover up some of the issues that they had in the secondary last year. It's going to give quarterbacks less time, make them make more rush throws. And so I think that is a good pick. I would have liked to see Christian Darrisaw go there, but looks like it's probably not going to happen.
Well, I will say one of the things though with Christian Darrisaw is if you felt like one of his knacks is he might still need a little bit of developing in the pass protecting game.
Mm-hmm.
And so if there was going to be a knock on him, especially then with what I guess really the Colts are going to be looking for in a left tackle, because that offense is probably going to be pretty high flying, not similar to what the Peyton Manning days were, but I mean they're going to be able to move the ball not fairly easily, but pretty well with how good the running game should be, and also with all the offensive receiver weapons that they have. So they felt like that Kwity Paye was the better player here that could provide an impact right now, and then they could go get someone with similar capabilities later on in the draft in the second round, so to say. Then I think that this is a great pick. Kwity Paye obviously has a lot of talent, and also part of it too with Tennessee picking next, they probably don't want to be going up against Kwity Paye on a year in year out basis. So let's see that our Colts fans are coming in here. And so far, 100% of the reaction has been not super pleased with that pick, so to say.
Yeah. Here, I'll go ahead and show the comment. It's not an immediate need. I think it was area for improvement. So I agree that like some Colts fans may be upset about it. But
the one thing it would be is if they feel like they could find value similar to what they're looking for, to what the offensive lineman value is right now, then that's one thing. Because I think Kwity Paye, he might not be an absolute need, but could potentially be something that could kind of help grow and potentially be the next Dwight Freeney that they're looking for. And so,
I think it's a good pairing with DeForest Buckner, and they have a good linebacking core that's headed by one of the most impactful defensive players in the league, and Darius Leonard. And so, while it may not be the pick that Colts fans wanted, I still think it's a good pick. But yeah, while we have some time, I think I may take a little break real quick. and run and grab another drink and do something else. So
Okay. All
right.
right. All right. Well, we'll take this quick intermission break here, and we'll see you soon.
Wait, what?
No, I didn't say anything.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
So I will say one thing though about the Colts pick is there's going to be a lot of potential free agency signings that they could address after this draft, but there's also going to be a lot of guys that they could trade up into the early second rounds. One of the ones, Dylan Redonza from North Dakota State, that protected Trey Lance. I think he could potentially be a really good pick if he's still available. But getting a second round pick, there are some guys. Creed Humphrey, he's more of a offensive guard. I think that would potentially fill that need. Tevin Jenkins could potentially fall. He is still on the board, so he could potentially do that as well. So still, the Colts can absolutely still address the offensive tackle later on in the draft and could put a guy in there. Also, it's much easier, I think, to have a current veteran right tackle move to left tackle for the time being and then get a second or third round offensive tackle going to the right tackle position. So I think that's much easier than drafting the bona fide left tackle starter, so to say. So will be interesting to see. But if you're talking about depth, though, on pass rushing depth and a guy that can learn and grow, I think Woody Pay would be a good it is a good pick right now. Is it an absolute need? Not really. Falcons don't need a receiver, but I like the Kyle Pitts pick. So that's where I think it's kind of one of those maybe best player available positions as of right now. So because the Colts really could be a deadly team next year. Like, they're not going to be a team I'm going to want to see in the playoffs.
No, not at all. But for me, I mean, I've said this before, but my prediction for the AFC Championship game is Browns-Colts. So
I absolutely could see that, and man, would that be fun!
Oh,
that would be an absolute blast.
I will not be going home that weekend.
Oh, I would absolutely be going home that weekend.
Really?
That'd be so much fun. That'd be so much fun. I'd kind of be rooting for Mom because the Browns. She's never seen the Browns do anything really worth anything here. But all right. Well, anyways,
I became Dad's favorite.
That's true. But moving on now to the other AFC South team, the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, they are about to announce their pick.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking maybe continuing with the offensive weapon train here. To me, there's not really an edge rusher that's worth the pick. So I think wide receiver try and replace what they lost in Jonnu Smith and Corey Davis. Do you agree, disagree?
Yeah, I can see maybe you talked about Pat Freiermuth. I can maybe see Pat Freiermuth going here trying to get a tight end, so to say.
Terrace Marshall Jr., big guy over the middle. He's a wide receiver, not quite the same, but and then Elijah Moore, a speedster, good compliment to AJ Brown.
Yeah, especially AJ Brown's a big. Yeah, he's a big guy, so a speedster would be a good combo.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go ahead.
Go ahead.
That was good. With the 22nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley, defensive back, Virginia Tech.
Okay, that's also an understandable pick as well. The Titans lost both Malcolm Butler and another one of their cornerbacks as well.
Adoree Jackson.
Yeah. So losing two picks and then have Caleb Farley, very athletic cornerback. He's very raw. He came into Virginia Tech, I think, as a quarterback, then moved into receiver, and then he went to cornerback. So he's a very athletic guy, clearly, and he's going to need a couple He's going to need to grow. He's going to need some time to grow and to keep getting better. But he's clearly an athletic guy and definitely a position that the Titans needed to address for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. I agree with that. To me, he's a big athletic guy. Like you said, he's still raw, but Adoree Jackson was raw, and they drafted him in the first round. And so I like the pick. It fills a need. I think they can get just as effective receivers at this time in the second round than going right now. So I think it's a good pick. I still don't think it's really going to make the Titans that competitive next year. So
I agree as well. But if there's a division for kind of a rookie raw quarterback to go into, he's going to be going up against the Texans and Jacksonville, which is going to be young, inexperienced teams as well. So there's going to be some opportunity for him to just go get some gameplay and just go kind of trial by fire type experience. And then at the same time, then the ability to compete to win for a division, because the Tennessee Titans do still have some game, but I don't just on the outside, just on the outside looking in, it just seems like they lost too many weapons for them to be competitive this year. So very curious to see how they end up doing next year, but an understandable pick and one that I like for Tennessee living here in Nashville. So
yeah, no, definitely. I think he'll complement Kevin Byard pretty well. I think Kevin Byard likes to play that rangy safety over the top, and I think Caleb Farley is a good press corner, so they can kind of stack, do some over-under coverage. But up next is the Minnesota Vikings. So they're an interesting one for me anyway, because they have a few needs. They need offensive line, defensive front seven. We don't really need any weapons or anything, so I don't think that the onslaught of weapons is really going to start yet.
Just based off who's been taken off the board and based off who's been available, I could see them going offensive tackle here. I could see them doing like a Tevin Jenkins. I could also potentially see them going with a Gregory Rousseau as well. Gregory Rousseau is going to be very similar to Caleb Farley. Gregory Rousseau only started playing football about 5 years ago. I think it was his junior year in high school. But dude, 6'7" defensive end and can absolutely get after the quarterback. So with this trade, they accumulated a couple extra picks. So if you're going to take kind of an experimental, low floor, high ceiling type guy, this would be an understandable place to take Gregory Rousseau, I think.
Yeah, no. At the 24th pick, this is kind of where you start to get into guys that have elite physical attributes and aren't necessarily elite players. And I think that kind of defines Gregory Rousseau. So for me, I think he would be a good fit there across from Danielle Hunter. And he's an aggressive guy. In that division, too, offensive lines can be a little weaker. I know the Packers have a pretty good offensive line, and the Lions just drafted Penei Sewell. But I'm not a big fan of Gregory Rousseau. I wouldn't take him this high.
I agree.
But this is a spot where I feel like he starts to come into question.
Yeah. The other one, Christian Barrymore, I think would also be a good spot as well.
Yeah.
The Vikings are one of those teams where they have all the weapons, but they need to focus on the interior. So if they can take one of these guys that can be absolutely just like a stud kind of staple to their either front line or their front seven, then that's guy that they should be trying to look for here. Personally, I think David Collins would have been a great addition to this team, but obviously so did the Cardinals. So, yeah. He's already taken here. Jason Owa from Penn State could also be another guy that we could see taken here as well, as a potential maybe a stretch, but still has a lot of potential, I think, to provide some serious pass rush capabilities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I don't know. All right, final prediction before the Vikings go on the board.
I actually like what I just said, the Jason Owa pick.
Jason Owa?
Yeah, I could see them going maybe Tevin Jenkins or something like that, but in maybe the next 20 picks.
Okay. I am going to go – I think they're going to go Christian Darrisaw. I think one of the things they're probably going to try to do more is take the pressure off of Kirk Cousins and try to run the ball with Dalvin Cook. And so I'm going to go with Christian Darrisaw, the run blocking tackle out of Virginia Tech.
Okay. All right.
Let's see.
With the 23rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Christian Darrisaw.
Hey, there you go. All right. Yeah, and that's a great pick as well.
You owe me $5.
Oh, you $5. I didn't know we made a bet. I got the receiver one right with the Giants.
Okay. So then we're even.
Okay, all right, perfect. That's another good pick as well. I forgot we talked about Christian Darrisaw so much with the Colts. I thought that they drafted him.
Yeah,
so
I know.
I forgot he was still there. But yeah, I think that's a great pick. And also thinking about that too, they got Christian Darrisaw, who was a projected top 15 offensive lineman. A top 15 pick. Now they're getting him 23rd overall pick, and they picked up a couple picks in the process.
24th, I think.
No, 23rd.
Oh, 23rd. You're right. Okay.
Yeah. Pittsburgh's 24th.
Yeah.
But the Vikings definitely in one of those spots. They have several holes that they needed to fill, and there were a couple of spots that they needed. There are several players that were available at this spot. So, but it kind of makes sense. It's kind of what we were just talking about. Any final thoughts, really, on the Vikings?
I mean, I think it's a good pick. Help the run game out. It'll end up taking some guys out of the question in pass coverage, and that'll help the offense as a whole in the long run.
Yeah, I think one of the advantages too is he could move to guard as well, so he does have some versatility.
Yeah.
So, but now, kind of moving on with the Steelers. The Steelers actually would have loved if Darrisaw. They would have loved if he would have been wrong in that position. But I still can see.
It looks like they're about to announce the pick already.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Somebody just walked up to the stand. Hold on.
Would not be busts in the National Football League, and you were, of course, right.
Oh, sorry. It looked like somebody was walking up to the stand, like, at the moment.
No, you're good.
For me, I think this is Travis Etienne. This is where he comes off the board.
Okay.
I think they have other needs, but I think they really want a skill position player right now. And that is kind of the way Mike Tomlin has drafted in the past, is to kind of go skill position and then fills in the blanks after. And they need a running back. They lost James Conner to the Cardinals, and they don't really have anybody to fill that void. So that's my prediction for this pick right here.
So I think that would be a good pick if they didn't lose so many offensive line members. I feel like they need to get. I feel like they need to fill in some holes there. So this is where I could see Tevin Jenkins coming off the board. Travis Etienne. Yeah, get Travis Etienne 100% would also be fine with that pick. They lost several offensive line members to retirement, and if there's going to be any hope of them making the playoffs, they need to protect Ben Roethlisberger. You can go find a running back later on in this draft. That's
true. I agree.
Yeah. So either pick would work and be great. I think the pressing need, though, is you need to.
All right. It looks like they're announcing it right now.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Najee Harris.
Najee Harris.
As I said, this is right when Najee Harris needs to come off the board for the Steelers. He would provide a tremendous impact to this offense. So it's like I said,
love that pick because I hate the Steelers, and I think that's a terrible pick. So
it's just for me. It's like one. I would, if I'm the Steelers, I would have gone Travis.
Bless you.
Etienne. Thank you. I would have gone Travis Etienne because he's a 3-down back, and Ben Roethlisberger can't move. So you need to have a guy that can do a check down guy. But secondly, they don't have really any. What was I going to say? They don't have any.
They don't have anyone to block.
Yeah, to block. So I don't know how they're going to do it personally. But you know what though? Imagine if Travis Etienne goes to Jacksonville and plays with Trevor Lawrence.
I mean, the guy that I had mocked there, Kadarius Toney's off the board already. So
same here actually. Yeah.
So let me see. I had Rondale Moore going there.
Yeah, Jacksonville. I mean, they can do so much. They could get offensive line here.
Najee Harris can catch out of the backfield. I just don't know if he's as premier of a pass catcher as Travis Etienne. They're showing the highlights right now, and he can catch. But
you know what though? They're talking about all seeing him run so well. He's got a NFL caliber offensive line in front of him. I don't know if he's going to get that in Pittsburgh though.
No.
At least right now, they're going to have to address that.
His offensive line at Alabama may be better than the Pittsburgh offensive line right now.
Oh yeah,
like right now, as we're talking, as they've lost all the guys in their offensive line before they replace anybody, it might be Landon Dickerson, Alex Leatherwood, 2 potential first-round picks right there.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
potentially. I mean, excuse me. I'm honestly kind of looking at it. Jacksonville, I don't think they can go wrong with any, unless they drafted a quarterback. That would be the wrong pick. But I don't think they can go wrong really with any of these picks, personally. I think they probably will. I think they probably will draft the best offensive weapon here. I could see Travis Etienne. Who is their running back even? I'm trying to even think.
James Robinson. He's a rookie that kind of came out of nowhere this year. Kind of like a Phillip Lindsay guy. That just kind of he had a big game and then he just kind of kept going.
And then they were just like, okay, we're going to stick with this guy.
Yeah, kind of what happened. So for me, you could go edge rusher here. You could go left tackle. There's a lot of different ways they could go here, to be honest.
If they were to go edge rusher, who would they take here? My one thing is I don't know who they would take.
Azeez Ojulari.
Azeez Ojulari would be a good one. Joseph Asai. Okay, that's fair.
Gregory Rousseau is another one that's still on the board. I don't know how risky Urban Meyer is feeling right now.
Yeah.
So.
I will say if they're trying to sell tickets, Clemson is not that far from Jacksonville. Get Travis Etienne. I think get a nice South Carolina. People in South Carolina need to have a football team to root for. So I feel like,
I mean, would you disagree with that pick?
Travis Etienne?
Yeah.
No. Because I think you're trying to find the best offensive weapon available right here. Because we even talked about and kind of analyzed their offensive line. Their offensive line is fairly solid. Something if they want to upgrade it, they could easily do that within the next couple of picks. Very possible Liam Eichenberg is available at the 33rd overall pick. I don't know if Travis Etienne is going to be available at the 33rd overall pick. If I'm looking at,
do you think Tevin Jenkins will be at at 33?
I think Tevin Jenkins could be. I think one of those two guys could be there for sure.
Yeah, Samuel Cosme will be there. I know. What is his name? Walker Little The offensive tackle from Stanford will be there. He'll probably be there at their first pick in the 3rd round, honestly. So,
yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, I think they can go several different directions with it, and I don't think they can make a wrong pick now. Only time will tell if it'll work out, so to say.
mm-hmm. All right, so the pick is in. The Jaguars are going to pick here. For me, I think you take Travis Etienne. I think he's the best running back in the class.
Yeah.
And then you figure out tackle at 33.
And then also, I will say, QB receiver chemistry is one thing, but also now having QB running back chemistry, and then now they know the handoff, they know all that stuff. It'll be seamless with one another. So that could be another one as well. If I had to be, if just to be devil's advocate, I could maybe see Terrace Marshall Jr. coming off the board here as well. Kind of a
I would agree.
receiver.
I would agree with you, but to me, Terrace Marshall Jr. and DJ Chark are too much alike.
Okay, so maybe a Rashad Bateman or Rondell Moore.
Probably more Rondell Moore than
more of a slotty kind of speed receiver.
Yeah. A guy to throw some screens to, and that type of thing.
Okay.
So
I like it.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's kind of one of those. Travis Etienne, he kind of makes sense a little bit.
He does.
Because,
the only thing is that Cam Robinson.
Well, but if he's a rookie running back, though, I mean, maybe he's cheap, but I don't know. I think Travis Etienne, I think he could be better and provide more immediate impact because then you also have Cam Robinson as well that could be a backup. But I think this could be an improvement.
It could be an improvement. I don't know. It's funny because like the further down we get in this draft, the more I feel like I'm lost.
Oh well, no, well because now it's like 4 or 5 different picks. Earlier, it's like, are they going to select like Jalen Waddle or Devontae Smith? Like it was specific, but now it's like, are they going to pick this position or this position? And then within that position,
all right, they're announcing the pick. Sorry,
yeah, you're good.
25th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Etienne. Running.
Oh, look at we are so smart.
Do we get paid to do this?
Not yet.
Not yet. All right. Yeah, I was gonna say.
We are extremely smart, but it's funny. Actually, neither one of us picked up on that potential option there until right now. Like in none of our mock drafts, we never talked about it. Never talked about the Travis Etienne, Trevor Lawrence kind of combo. But that makes sense though. It makes sense because I think because you've already mentioned they have some good receivers already. They could improve on it, and they could easily improve on it here with their 33rd pick that they're going to be picking here in a couple picks. So, and it's the way it's looking right now. The only teams that are for certain going to take a receiver, Baltimore is going to take one, and Green Bay is for certain going to take one.
Baltimore and Green Bay are loving this.
Okay,
so here, I was going to say, you mentioned Green Bay taking a receiver. I don't know. If they don't feel like Aaron Rodgers is going to be there, they may take – well, I guess then they would still need a receiver for Jordan Love. But if you don't love a receiver at that point, why would you take one?
Well, but they do need a receiver, though. They do still need a receiver. If you just have Devontae Adams, it's not going to be it's not going to be – what's the word I'm going to say here? like if whether Aaron Rodgers is there or not, whoever the quarterback is still needs to throw to someone else besides Devontae Adams. So maybe if you don't want to be specific to a receiver, maybe get like a Pat Freiermuth, so to say.
Yeah, you take the best
big,
pass catcher available.
Yeah, a big red zone option.
Mhm.
So
who do you have as the best pass catcher available right now?
So for me, I probably would go with. I mean, it has Kadarius Toney. I have Rashad Bateman up there, but so Rashad Bateman's fallen due to injuries, correct?
He has injury concerns.
Okay.
I think they said he had a lower leg contusion, which is probably a knee, which is why he's falling a little bit.
Maybe, yeah. So I'd probably put Rashad Bateman up there. I think Rondell Moore, is probably a little underrated. But Pat Freiermuth also for the red zone threat that he could add to your team. I think that'd be another good option. All options that the Ravens could also be looking at as well.
So actually the guys that I have ranked right now. So I have Terrace Marshall Jr. in the second round. I have Rondell Moore front end of the second round. A lot of the pass catchers that I have right now are all kind of like second round guys. So if you're Green Bay, do you trade back?
I mean, maybe there's a team that's early on in that second round. Like maybe Jacksonville really wants to get a receiver, one of these receivers as well, wants to come up a couple more spots, and maybe take Rondell Moore or Terrace Marshall Jr. or something like that, and have Green Bay drop back a little bit. Maybe. I really don't know. I will say we haven't even talked about the Browns yet, and I see that their pick is in.
Yeah.
So I had Gregory Rousseau going here, kind of as an edge rusher. I do think that they need someone to kind of go on the opposite side of Myles Garrett. I can also see Jason Owa as well. So one of the options, I think at this point, if you want to take a flyer on Gregory Rousseau, I think that would be a good option. I'm
going to go on the defensive side of the ball as well. Is Gregory Rousseau your final pick?
Yeah, I'll stick with Gregory Rousseau. I think he's the best pick? No, but I'm sure that they've done their due diligence, and there's other defensive guys I think that they could take.
I'm going to go with Owusu-Koramoah.
Okay. Oh, that'd be a good one too. I forgot he was still on the board.
He is my highest player available on the board on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
But to me, I think he fits so well into that defense. He's so versatile. He can rush the passer. He can drop into coverage. And I think he would be a guy that would actually be able to really give Lamar Jackson problems because he's so athletic. So
yeah.
I'm gonna go with Owusu-Koramoah. They're about to announce the pick, so we are going to go there.
Let's go.
The pandemic revealed the depths of the digital divide for underserved students across the country. We have partnered with the Education Trust as part of Draftathon to bridge the divide. Maya Tumoto and her class at Shaw High School here in Cleveland have faced this challenge during remote learning. She has worked overtime to assist other students, not only preparing and distributing computers, but teaching other students how to use them. I'm proud to introduce Maya to make the Cleveland Browns pick.
What's up, Cleveland? Are y'all ready for this? All right. Are you guys ready for the best in the land with the 26th pick for the 2021 NFL Draft for the Cleveland Browns? We have Gregory Newsome II.
Okay.
Is that a corner?
Yeah, it's a cornerback from Northwestern. Yeah, that's another guy. His draft stock has been coming up a lot. We didn't really talk about him too much. I didn't think he'd be taken in the first round, but he was kind of one of those fringe, mid to early second round to late first round, just kind of like this. And honestly, I like that pick. I like that they're addressing that need. I don't know too much about Newsome specifically, so to say, but that is definitely a need that the Browns need to address, and they did. And with Farley off the board, Horn and Surtain, obviously all off the board, I think that's is a good pick as well. Moving forward, it's addressing a need. Now we'll see if he develops into that. But he was one of the better, if not the best, cornerbacks on a very solid Northwestern team this past season.
It looks like, so from what I'm seeing right here on my screen, it looks like that he was the best corner on a top 10 defense in college. And was kind of the leader of that defense. He plays press coverage. I know the Browns love to play that. Denzel Ward is very good at it. And I like press coverage because I think it really allows the defensive line to get after the quarterback. I think it's just kind of free reign on how fast you can get there.
Mm-hmm.
And so and it does free you up a little bit to run some more sophisticated blitz packages. And because when you run press, you usually don't have too much deep, because your whole point of press is to knock receivers off their timing in their route. And that will hold the quarterback there for a second. So if you can have an extra second to get to the quarterback, hopefully you can get there. So it's a little bit of a high risk, high reward. And it looks like Greg Newsome is a guy that's going to fit that system. He's a strong guy that plays well in press, and he's good at mirror and match techniques. So, I mean, interesting pick by the Browns. This is the second guy, I guess, that's gone off the board that I really have not known that much about. The first guy, I think, was the linebacker from Kentucky, Jamin Davis. So,
well, and that's what we're going to get some of that as well now at this point in the draft, where there's going to be guys that other teams are going to find more value in than we would have initially addressed, so to say. So, but yeah, I think need-wise, I think that's something that the Browns really need. And you talk about Denzel Ward is going to be CB1. To have him then come in and be CB2, maybe CB3, and provide some more depth to that position. Because if we're talking, you know that Browns offense is going to be able to put up points and move the ball. Then if they're going to be able to contain some of these teams, they're going to look really good. I mean, I'm really liking kind of how the Browns are shaping up here. So I hope this pick works out for them really well. So now they're going to their division rival. Looks like the pick is in here for the Ravens. Ravens, I think, are going to address receiver for sure at one position. Do you think they do that here, or do you think they wait a couple picks?
Let me look at my big board here real quick.
So I honestly, I would say personally, I think
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I think they're going to address it here because the Packers are for sure going to take a receiver, and you never know if the Saints might take a receiver as well. I don't think the Bills will. The Bills could potentially. So I think I'd rather get the receiver that you want now, because they have several of them that they're looking for. So I want to, if they're going to take a couple now, or take one now, and then they can take their favorite offensive tackle with their next pick here and just a couple picks.
Okay. For me, Tevin Jenkins is pretty high on my board. And then after that, you kind of have guys like Terrace Marshall Jr. I mean, they're kind of at a spot where they can, I think, get a lot of this value later, and continue, like, I don't know. The highest pass catcher I have on my board is Terrace Marshall Jr., and then it's Pat Freiermuth. Do you think they could take Pat Freiermuth here at 27?
I know you were high on that pick earlier in our final mock draft, and I like that pick, especially then after you said all the tight ends that they had when Lamar Jackson had his MVP season. So he's there, and I think he's there for the taking. It'd be interesting to see, because I feel like based off also offensive tackle wise, I feel like they could take an offensive tackle here, and then Pat Fairmuth should be available at the next pick. So I wonder if I do wonder what they're going to do. I think they're going to go definitely receiver. So
Okay. I mean, I personally think that you can get. I don't know. I like Elijah Moore here, but
Elijah
at
Moore
the
would be
same
good.
time, I feel like he's pretty similar to what they have already in Marquise Brown.
Okay, that's
So
good.
I think Terrace Marshall Jr. or Tevin Jenkins is probably the pick right here. I don't know. I'm gonna go live to the draft real quick and listen to the pick.
The Ravens are ready. With the 27th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Rashad Bateman, wide
Okay.
receiver, Minnesota.
So Rashad Bateman is a guy that has very high upside, and to me, he was a very good wide receiver in college.
Yeah.
I think we mocked him here actually a few times, but he had some injury issues come pro days and was never able to really kind of, I don't want to say get that draft stock back, but he didn't necessarily do well on a few team physicals.
Yeah.
But he is a great route runner, great hands, great contested catch. He is what they need, and in my opinion, the third best wide receiver. I don't know. To me, some of the wide receiver rankings are fit, and to me, I think he was probably the best guy to fit that team.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, I really do like the pick. I mean, it's similar to the Browns where there's a need that they need to be filled. And they took what they thought was going to be the best available player, and especially then when he definitely kind of fits that slot kind of receiver. Now, the biggest question is he going to be able to stay healthy, which he's going to have all the time, and he's going to have the best treatment in the world, and he's going to be going to an offense with a lot of potential for sure, with how great that running game is. And if they could get somewhat of a good or semblance of a good passing offense, I think that is going to be a phenomenal pick if he's able to stay healthy, because in that division as well, having that slot receiver is going to be huge. It's going to be very interesting too, because it's almost kind of like the Browns knew that they were going to be taking a receiver, so they're like, hey, we need to get a cornerback to kind of match up against him. So they went with the Big Ten West division rival in Northwestern to the Ravens Minnesota receiver. So Greg Newsome and Rashad Bateman are also going to be lining up against each other for several years to come in the NFL. So I wonder if there was a little bit of insider knowledge there on the Browns pick as well as the Ravens pick as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick on the Browns' behalf. I don't necessarily think that a rookie wide receiver is going to be what the Browns are too worried about when they play the Ravens. I think Lamar Jackson is going to be the guy that draws the most attention.
Yeah.
To me, I think Rashad Bateman just adds another weapon to that offense. And to me, he's a very complete wide receiver. I mean, Rashad Bateman is a guy that I think would have been taken in the top 15 if it wasn't for the top three guys that we saw.
He probably would have been the first receiver taken off the board if it wasn't for just how dominant the other three guys are.
Yeah. To me, he's a middle-class Jamar Chase. I think Jamar Chase is a Rolls Royce, and Rashad Bateman is a probably like a Ford F-150 King Ranch.
Yeah.
So, like,
I know what that means.
yeah, for all my car people out there. But yeah, to me, it's a very good pick. I think it fits their needs very well, and I'm curious to see what they do with the 31st pick now, because they still have to address that offensive tackle position after they just traded Orlando Brown.
Yeah. Well, and they're going to be guys that are there. We mentioned Tevin Jenkins' name a lot. Dylan Redunza is also another one. But we're going to get to that in a second. I'm seeing that the Saints pick is in right now. The Saints have a lot of needs. I think for me, I picked safety, Jevin Holland. I think just to kind of add some defensive depth. I could also see them going receiver here because Michael Thomas is getting a little bit older. They're going to want to have some more weapons that Taysom Hill or Jameis Winston or both could throw to. I could also see them adding some protection as well because I feel like the team's going to be a little bit more run heavy than normal, considering how dominant Alvin Kamara is. Where are you thinking the Saints are going to go?
Defense.
Defense? Okay.
Yeah. To me, I think their offensive line is already pretty good. They paid a lot for it, but it's pretty good. And I think that offensive side of the ball is set for now. I think they will draft a additional weapon later on, but right now I think there's a lot of value on the defensive side of the ball. I hate to just like keep saying his name over and over again, but Owusu Koromoa to me is another fit in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Because one is versatility. Two, the Saints need linebackers. Like they need somebody on that front seven, one to be the signal caller, and two that can cover running backs out of the backfield, drop into coverage and zone, and do things like that because of how dynamic the offenses are in that division. I mean, Carolina has hopefully found their quarterback. Tampa Bay won the Super Bowl last year and has Tom Brady and is returning all 22 of their starters. And then the Atlanta Falcons just drafted probably one of the scariest weapons in the past 6 years in the draft, 6 to 10 years in the draft. So I think they need somebody that is as athletic as him and somebody that can play all the positions that he does.
Mm-hmm.
And so for me, that's probably what I would lean to. But also, too, I think Gregory Rousseau is another guy that Sean Payton would like. And so, I don't know. Oh, they're –
the New Orleans Saints select Peyton Turner, defensive end, Houston.
Peyton Turner, local.
I'd never heard of that guy before.
I have not either. Houston defensive end Peyton. No, I'll fix it next time, CBS. I don't really care about my ad blocker. Houston defensive end Peyton Turner seen as high riser who could go in first round per report.
Okay. I have nothing to add to this.
I have never heard of this player before.
I mean, he is coming from the AAC. I mean, there's a lot of high power offenses that are coming out of there. If he's a big athletic dude, similar to an Ed Oliver-esque type of guy, then he's going to have he's going to do well, especially in that conference or in that division, getting after the quarterback because both Matt Ryan and Tom Brady are not, and Sam Darnold as well, aren't best known for their moving, so to say. So if he's able to get after the quarterback, which it looks like just based off his highlights, it's been only sacks. That's going to be a great addition to that defense. But if I'm being honest, I never heard of his name before until now.
Yeah. So he played in 11 games in 2017, 2018, and then where's 2020? He was second team all conference in the AAC. He had 10.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks in 5 games, 4 starts.
4 starts?
Yeah, he only had 4 starts in 2020.
It might have. I wonder if I think they had a short season, the AAC.
Okay. But I mean, he had 10.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks. So that's a sack a game, but it's also in the AAC. This is the first pick that I really have. I don't want to say been dumbfounded, but
well, it's similar to where I like. It's what we were talking about before, though. This is where a position on the team that needs to be filled, and so this is one they feel like this was the best based off film, and obviously they're going to be knowing other things that we don't know. So they filled the need that they were looking for, and with what they think it is the best guy. So.
Yeah, but I don't agree that it's the best guy.
Yeah. I guess only time will tell. And so I hope it's not the best guy, because that means the Falcons should put up a lot of points against the Saints here.
Well, it brings me back to that Marcus Davenport trade that they made a few years ago, and they gave up all these picks for this defensive end from UTSA, and then he just has never really panned out. And so not that the Saints have really struggled from it defensively, but I guess they kind of have, yeah, I don't know. It's an odd pick. That's the first pick. I didn't really like. There was one pick. I didn't like the Najee Harris pick.
Yeah.
And I did not like the – hold on, I need to look at it. I need to look. I want to say it was Jamin Davis. I didn't really like the Jamin Davis pick. Both of those picks are better hold on than this Peyton Turner pick. But it's not as bad as the pick the Packers are about to make.
With the 29th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Eric Stokes, defensive back, Georgia.
What's funny though is actually I like Eric Stokes.
I do,
and they need to address the cornerback position.
They do. But that's just a slap in the face to Aaron Rodgers.
An absolute slap in the face. We were certain everyone was certain they were taking receiver.
Oh my God. I saw that. So I was looking at the picks. And I saw Jamin Davis, and then I looked down, and the Packers pick was already in on the ESPN site. And I saw that it was Eric Stokes, and I was just like, "Oh my God!"
What's funny about that is I like Eric Stokes, and I like the pick as well. But the situation if you're the Packers, I mean, you must really not like any of the receivers that are available at this point in the draft.
Oh, I mean. You must not like Aaron Rodgers at this point.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh my gosh. I cannot believe that they did not take a receiver. Like they didn't even take Pat Fryermuth.
It's just funny. It's a weird feeling because I like the pick, and if you're looking at Green Bay, other needs that they have is also on the defensive side of the ball, especially around the receivers. Because I will say, if you're looking at what was hindering them from beating the Buccaneers to go into the Super Bowl, it was their defense. Because the Packers had no issues putting points up on the board last year, and actually, you can make an argument that. The offense actually kind of failed a little bit in the fourth quarter because the Buccaneers kept throwing interceptions. Yeah. But it's just interesting, though, just with all the drama that has been going on, especially now within the past 24 hours, that then they take a cornerback, not an offensive weapon, which is kind of respectable because it's like, hey, you're still just a player, and we got to do what's best for the organization. And Eric Stokes is a good cornerback as well.
He is.
So, but you would have thought that they would have gone offensive side of the ball.
This is my comparison, and it may be wrong, but like I couldn't imagine being in a fight with my significant other. And then thinking about going to the store, I could buy flowers, I could buy a card, or I could do something to hopefully try and make up for it. And then I come back with video games.
Yeah.
like I don't know. That to me, that's what this pick is. Like, that's insane. Like, I keep saying like a lot, but I'm kind of speechless.
Well, it is absolutely unexpected. And the only thing it tells me is that they're looking at the receiver options now, and they're looking at receiver options that they could get with their next pick. And they felt like Eric Stokes obviously wasn't going to be there, but we could get someone similar to Rondell Moore, Terrace Marshall Jr. with our next pick.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that it tells me, or they are absolutely like, screw Aaron Rodgers. We're going to get rid of him anyways, and going to get Jimmy G, something like that. So,
I think if they go with another quarterback next year, it's Jordan Love. To me, that's just a quick turnaround for Jordan Love.
I will say I know nothing about Jordan Love. I know just the only thing about it was the controversy of that pick, but I haven't even heard reports about.
He's another Zach Wilson-like guy. He has all the arm talent in the world. He changes his arm angle really well. But it played at Utah State, not high-level competition. And he had a really good junior year, and he stuck around for a senior year. And then his junior year was better than his senior year.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Well, that's really interesting. A turn of events. Wasn't really expecting that. I was almost kind of locked in. Receiver.
Yeah. Well, I was like, all right, Terrace Marshall Jr., Rondell Moore. De'Ami Brown was a guy.
But I will say that it's one of those, though. I think the quality of player, though, it makes sense that Eric Stokes might be able to provide an instant impact, I think, to to the Buccaneers. To the Packers.
My argument is not actually with the pick itself. My argument is with the drama, I guess, that it's going to cause.
Yeah. I can agree with that.
I don't know. All righty. It looks like the Bills are about to announce their pick at number 30. Who do you think? We didn't really get to talk about the Bills at all. But all righty. They're about to say it.
With the 30th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Gregory Rousseau, defensive end, Miami.
I like that pick. I mean, we're at the point now. Like, if these guys don't make it, like, no one's going to remember. I mean, it's so late in the draft. But he is such a low risk, high reward type player. It's like what I said. If he doesn't pan out, okay, all right. He's who's the 30th pick of this draft. There's a lot of other guys that they could have taken. They felt like this was the best option. It's a need that they needed was to get to the pass rusher. Is to get a pass rusher to pressure the quarterback. And the dude's a freak. The dude, 6'7", 270 pounds. Like for a defensive end, like if they can grab his potential, he is going to be a mammoth block. Like,
yeah,
so
no, I agree. Consistency to me is an issue. Injury is also an issue. I do kind of feel like he's one of those guys that may actually never realize his potential. And I don't know. I'm okay with this pick. I don't think he's going to be a guy that's going to make an impact next year.
No.
So
at this point, a lot of these guys aren't. But if you're looking at what he could turn into with how big he is, and I think, like I said, he's only been playing football now for about 5 years. So the dude, he's an absolute freak of an athlete and pretty raw. I think he's kind of like the Caleb Farley of defensive ends. So, and honestly, I would say he's coming into a good position. He's going to be playing some high-pressure, high-quality games as a rookie because the Bills are going to be in a tough division, really going up against the Patriots and the Dolphins twice. And the Jets aren't going to be a slouch either. I mean, I think they should win those games, but they're not going to be a slouch. And if he can come in and provide some serious impact and get some serious sacks, or at least, if anything, he just provides depth, so to say, to a defense that definitely needed it, as we saw in the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, no, definitely. Another reason why I guess I disagree with it is I feel like Azeez Ojulari is still on the board. Christian Barmore, the interior defensive lineman, is still on the board. And then let me look. Where are some other ones? Yeah, I mean, I guess those are really the only guys that I have above him. But for me, I think Azeez Ojulari and Christian Barmore were two defensive linemen that I had above him that are still on the board. But he's a good prospect, and I think he could, if they can, like you said, capture what he could be, then, I mean, he's a Pro Bowl defensive end.
Yeah. I will say, I'm watching this. I'm looking at the highlights. I like him more almost as like a defensive tackle and kind of bull rushing these guards. Because when I watched it in the highlights I've seen of him when he was an edge rusher, it seemed like he didn't just explode off the ball, and it seemed like I don't know, it seemed like he didn't set the edge that well. I felt like, though, when he was coming from a 3-point or 4-point stance and would kind of explode into the guard, I felt like that was almost a little bit better for him. I felt like he achieved a little bit better results, and he looked more natural in that position, it felt like.
Yeah, and he's able to kind of use some of his physical abilities to just beat up on people. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. So that's what's going to be interesting about this pick. And I do agree, as Azeez Ojulari and just beside both guys that we're high on, especially Azeez Ojulari. But if you're the Bills right now, this is a low risk if this guy doesn't pan out. It is what it is. I guess unless Azeez Ojulari turns into a Hall of Famer. But the ceiling, I think, on Rousseau is super high. I really do think that the ceiling is super high on Gregory Rousseau.
I just think there's also a floor of like an average defensive end. Like that to me is the floor for him.
Yeah.
So all right, that's kind of what I have to say about that pick. Coming up is the Ravens with their second first-round pick.
Yeah, we already kind of talked about them a little bit. So with them addressing the receiver position, any chance they maybe get another receiver since all the receivers are still available?
I think if they go with the pass catcher, it's going to be Pat Freiermuth.
I think so as well. I think that actually would be a great addition if they did.
But this is also kind of where I could see Azeez Ojulari going. They lost Matt Judon in free agency. He could kind of be a replacement. He's one of
Yeah.
my top guys on the board that's left. So that for me is what I could see. Yeah. I am gonna go with. I know it's not a name that I just said, but I'm gonna go with Tevin Jenkins out of Oklahoma State. They need to replace that offensive tackle, and he's an athletic guy that I think can do it.
Yeah. Okay. I like that. I also think going offensive line as well. I think it would be huge. Tevin Jenkins, Dylan Redunza, Samuel Cosme, maybe some of the other guys. Let me see here. Who else do I have? Yeah. I also see Azeez Ojulari as well. Maybe a name that we just mentioned. Also coming off the edge and providing some serious pressure for that defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. Would you see them taking like a Rondale Moore, going 2 for 2 for wide receivers in the first round?
I mean, maybe if it's a serious need, but at the same time, I feel like it would be a little redundant. I kind of like your pick, actually, in Pat Fairmuth, if you're going to get another receiver or another pass catcher, and then go from there. But I already see that the pick is in, so we're going to be finding out here real quick.
There haven't been a ton of trades tonight.
No, well, it's almost kind of I think everything, all the trades that were going to happen. I feel like there's all the talks. The Falcons trade happens. It's potentially possible that there was a what's the word I'm looking for? A domino effect of trades, because then they would have set the price. But I'm sure the Falcons probably. I mean, they're asking the world to get rid of that second pick. The Falcons would have asked for 2 first-round picks.
Oh yeah.
That's probably
2
the minimum.
additional first-round picks.
Well, because I even heard the Lions were potentially were going to move up because I think they were wanting to get Jamar Chase, or maybe even Penei Sewell potentially. But even then, just to move up that far, they were probably just for the Lions though. They're probably looking at a first-round pick and a second-round pick for next year. Probably a third-round pick for this year as well. So. I mean, and just look at what the Bears gave up to the Giants. Just moved from 20 to 11, a first-round pick for next year, and then a couple other satellite picks.
A 4th and a 5th.
Yeah, 4th and a 5th.
So yeah, but that was a lot. I mean, they got their guy, but
they got the guy that they wanted. Yeah, so
it looks like they're about to announce the pick real quick.
Go ahead.
With the 31st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Jason Owe, linebacker, Penn State.
So that was a guy we didn't talk about, but in this pick, but we've talked about a little bit before. A talented linebacker out of, or I guess edge defender.
Yeah.
Linebacker edge.
Kind of a combo edge linebacker type guy, I think. Not a Micah Parsons specifically, but can drop back, but can also pass rush as well. Going off specific needs for Baltimore, I do like this pick for just for based off the specific need. And if they felt that this guy was better than Azeez Ojulari, then they're obviously seeing something. And so, but all in all, what are your thoughts on this pick?
I like it. I don't know a ton about Jason Owe. I just know he's a pretty physical edge rusher. They play that 4-3 scheme in Tampa Bay, and I think this guy just adds more. Or not in Tampa, sorry. They play that 3-4 scheme in Baltimore, and I think he adds a physical presence on the edge. He sets the edge pretty well.
Well, I feel like if they were in a 3-4 scheme, I think that's a good mix as well.
Yeah,
where
because he can play the edge on a 3-4 and a 4-3 and kind of go back and forth, and he can play the edge on a he can play the outside linebacker on a 3-4 as well.
Yeah. So, and also then the ability to drop back in coverage. It's going to be guarding Najee Harris. Now going to be guarding Nick Chubb or Kareem Hunt as well when they go drop down in coverage. It's going to be huge for them.
Definitely.
Yeah. So having that versatile kind of guy, especially then if they do a 3-4 as well, I think that's going to be huge.
Yeah, no, definitely. So the Buccaneers pick is in, and so on our final mock draft, we both picked Christian Barmore. You think that's who they're going to go with here?
You know, I'm just thinking on what they would need offensively, and I'm not seeing. I just can't see them picking really anyone offensively, especially now. Maybe a receiver, since so many have dropped back. But I guess that being said, I really don't think
they're announcing it.
Champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Joe Tryon, linebacker, Washington.
A native of Washington State, rushed the passer on 85% of his snaps in 20.
All right.
So I have heard of that name before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a pretty big edge defender. He has pretty good closing speed and plays with good leverage.
Yeah.
I don't know. Not my favorite pick, but.
Well, but it's similar stuff, though. I mean, by this point, there's so many guys. At this point in the draft, it's like what need do we need to go fill? And which player do we think fits that scheme better? And as we talked about a bunch, the Buccaneers, they needed to add a couple holes filled on the defense, especially now with that offense. I think the Falcons are looking like they might be the main competition, and they're going to want someone to get after the quarterback, but also someone then to drop back into coverage as well. So all in all, I think it's a solid pick position-wise, and so we'll have to see it if it works out.
Okay. I mean, watching his highlights, he looks pretty good, or he looks pretty athletic.
It's been crazy. And all the highlights, all the players look really good. I wonder why.
Yeah.
Why it's like that.
No. He looks pretty athletic. He looks like he has really good closing speed. I think he'll be a nice pass rushing specialist for Tampa Bay. Not that they need more of those, but
helps that depth. You know what I mean? It might be. We talked about Ndamukong Suh. Even though I think Christian Barmore would have been a good replacement for Ndamukong Suh, but either or. At this point, and it's like at this point, it's you're looking at these guys. Like if these guys make it, then that's great. You're playing with house money. But at this point, like with Gregory Rousseau, if he doesn't make it, no one's really going to remember. I don't think like the
Bills fans
in the early 2010s when the Falcons were making some deep runs in the playoffs. I can't tell you all the people that they picked unless if they're just an absolute stud, so to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. So that ends night one of the draft. What were your overall thoughts? I mean, did it meet expectations? Did it did it fall short? I know at the end there we didn't know. I think 3 of the last 4 picks.
Well, but we were kind of expecting that though, if we're being honest, because I remember when we were talking about it in our mock draft, it's like as the draft goes on, there are so many different guys that could be picked because each team, these team needs these 3 spots filled. And instead of in the beginning, who do we think of the 3 remaining quarterbacks? Who do we think the quarterbacks are going to take that San Francisco is going to take? So it's just 3 specific guys. As the draft goes on, though, like the Browns, Tennessee, I think might be the best example. They need a receiver, they need an offensive line, they need tight end, they need defensive end, they need cornerback, they need a linebacker. So those are 7 positions right there. and there's 4 or 5 guys in each position that they could take that would be justified, so to say.
Yeah.
And so they ended up going with Caleb Farley, which actually, if you're talking about most athletic guy that was available on the board there, probably one of the best, if not the best guys left on the board. But it is understandable that I think it started to taper off a little bit for us towards the end, because like we were both like, oh, Christian Barrymore, like, okay, all right, but I absolutely see the Joe Tryon pick as well, because the Buccaneers need to have some effective pass rushing capabilities, because that in that division, all the teams are going to be scoring points. Like there's a high flying offenses in that division. So, but all in all, I think it was an exciting draft. It was neat to kind of see where everyone went. If I'm being honest, probably I don't know. I'm curious to see who the Bengals end up picking. Tevin Jenkins could potentially end up being there at that pick. I think that would be a good pick as well.
Yeah.
They're going to have Liam Eichenberg available also. So, but passing on Penei Sewell, I'm very curious to see how that comes. Probably the biggest storyline of the night, though, is Trey Lance. All eyes are going to be on him, because I think everyone expected Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson as well. But then Trey Lance, I think, is like, okay, now this is when the draft begins, and I'm going to be curious to see what ends up happening there. Do you think if they end up trading Jimmy G that they'll just have Trey Lance like, all right, you're going to go start for us?
I don't think they're going to trade Jimmy G at the moment. If I think they'll trade him mid-season.
Okay.
Kind of what New England did with Jimmy G. The only place I could really see him going, though, would be Washington.
Jimmy G?
Yeah, Jimmy G. That's the only place to me that, like, really needs a quarterback.
You know, that's a good point, because I know there's been a lot of talk with the Patriots, but they just drafted Mac Jones. So,
yeah.
Washington would be good. I don't think they would do a 49ers-Packers trade. Well, they still could, and then Trey Lance could sit for a couple years. But
I don't think you draft Trey Lance at 3 for him to sit a couple years, though.
I agree completely. Maybe Houston.
That all depends on Deshaun Watson.
I think if they cut Deshaun Watson, then it's very possible that they try and get a trade in.
Yeah,
maybe. I don't know. But what are your overall thoughts of the draft? What was your kind of highlight moment, so to say?
Oh, I mean, obviously when the Patriots drafted Mac Jones, that was my favorite moment. That was my highlight. But I don't know. I think it kind of went as expected for most teams. Mm-hmm. But 3 out of the last 5 picks really kind of threw me off. But everything before that, everything from 27 down, we kind of were able to pinpoint pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. It was kind of what we expected, but then the end kind of threw us a little curveball. So.
Well, I would say I think the names weren't what we expected, but we did hit we did talk about the positioning, I would say.
Yeah.
So.
Weren't as many trades as I thought.
Well, it's kind of. I think if the Falcons traded with the Broncos, then I think the price is set, and I think that would be okay. Now teams know what they want.
There were only 3 trades, I think. You have 1, 2. 1.
And Denver and Eagles, Chicago and Minnesota, and the Jets and the Vikings.
Yeah, so only 3 trades.
I like that Jets trade. I really like that Jets trade. Well, we'll see if Elijah Vera Tucker works out, and I hope he doesn't bust so he can protect Zach Wilson. But I like the aggressiveness of it. Is like, look, this is what we need, and there's a guy right there, and so let's go do it. And they didn't give up. Did we hear what did they give up for that pick?
I don't know.
No, it was just the 2 third-round picks.
Oh yeah. That's
It's not that bad to move up 9 spots for that. I think that's a pretty solid pick.
Yeah.
And the Vikings take Christian Darrisaw. So
Yeah.
it ended up working out for both parties involved.
Mhm. So, alrighty. What was your highlight of the draft?
I think a big relievement that Kyle Pitts was taken personally. The highlights, though, I would say was watching the top 15 picks. I would say because we had talked a lot about all those teams and the analysis of it, and really besides Jacksonville and with Trevor Lawrence and then Zach Wilson with the Jets, there were so many different scenarios where these star players could go. And this is going to be one of those drafts. I think we're going to look back 10 years from now and we're going to be like redrafting.
Yeah.
Like if the Bengals took Penei Sewell, what would happen with the Bengals, so to say?
Mm-hmm.
And then which receivers are going to be coming up next year if the Bengals don't get their star receiver, so to say? And then if they end up drafting the next Julio Jones would have been available or something like that. Is Justin Fields going to make it in Chicago? Is Mac Jones going to be the next? Well, is Mac Jones going to be the next Drew Bledsoe? No one's going to be the next Tom Brady, but is he going to be the next Drew Bledsoe? Still take them to the Super Bowl, still have them up in contention, and potentially bring a ring home and be competitive in that division. You're looking at all these guys, and the two most underwhelming, really kind of picks, I feel like, are J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain. Not that they can't be really good or potentially be Pro Bowlers or Hall of Famers. But when I look at this top 10 list, it's like I see so much potential, and then I see those two. It's like it's like I'm sure they'll be good, but I'm going to wonder if Carolina and Denver are going to look back and be like, could we have taken another kind of explosive player? Not saying that they can't do that, but we'll have to see. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, definitely. I thought overall it was pretty good. I'm pretty proud of ourselves. I think we did pretty well.
Yeah,
so, kind of calling the team needs and everything.
Much more respect now to these analysts, I will say.
Yeah, definitely. But alrighty, I think that's going to wrap it up. Do you have anything else you want to say about tonight?
No, I'm looking forward to doing our draft review here. I think next Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, I think we'll probably start out we'll do division by division again.
So, yeah, I think that'll work.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, thank you guys for listening. I know we probably have a few viewers at this point, but it was an exciting first night of the draft, and we're looking forward to updating you guys after it's all said and done. So have a good night.